Recording in progress.
Want to be in a meeting? Do want tea or want to come and drink tea quietly? Yeah, show first 20. Great. One tea or good tea.
Honorable Ms. Longo, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Atlanta. Befuna nantoni ne-ID kunesikhiye.
Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this meeting, including the staff of the department. We are also welcoming the department. Just before we go far, our agenda for today is opening and welcome apologies, presentation by the department on both the ARF and the departmental strategic plan and APP, closing remarks and closure. Can we have a mover for adoption of the agenda?
I move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Douglas. Can we have a seconder?
I second, Chair. Honorable Muela. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. Members, I take it that the agenda is now adopted for today. Because we don't have time, I wouldn't make any opening remarks. Do we have apologies, Lubabalo?
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. We have the apology of the minister is attending the G7 summit, and we have another.
We have lost Lubabalo.
Oh, so sorry, Chair.
Can
We
I
have
just
the yes, I'm back, Chairperson. We have the apology of the minister, Chair. He's attending the G7 summit, and we have the apology from Deputy Minister Portes, and the third apology is from Honorable Minister. He's attending another meeting. Thank you, sir.
What is the reason from Deputy Minister Portes?
He is traveling abroad, Chairperson, on a work visit. Thank you, sir.
To which country?
Okay, sir. May I quickly go back to the note that I received, Chairperson?
Okay, thank you very much. So we are going to be having Deputy Minister Moraka.
Yes, Chairperson. The Deputy Minister Botes is accompanying the DP in Russia on a working visit.
In Moscow.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I take this opportunity to welcome you, Deputy Minister Moraka, and your team to this important presentation by your department. After the to and fro's of the budget, at least we are back on track now. So I'm going to now give you the opportunity to lay the foundation for the comprehensive presentation for both the department and the APP, after which we will allow members to interact with the presentation. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister Moraka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to yourself and the entire portfolio committee members and the members of the support staff from the Parliament side and also from the department side. We do have the executive managers who are led here today by DDG Munyela and all members of the public. I want to take this opportunity and send my warmest greetings to your good self. And really wish you well in this deliberation. Chairperson, it is indeed my honor to address you today as we reflect on the Departmental and Renaissance and International Relations Cooperation Financial 2025 to 2030 Strategic Plan. Chairperson, I keep on being disrupted.
Lubabalo, can you sort out this person who keeps on interrupting our meeting, please? I can't see who is that person. Can you deal with it quickly?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was still saying that it is an honor for me to address you today as we reflect on both the strategic plan of the department and the APP for the financial year 2025-2026. And really, Chairperson, that we need to indicate that the strategic plan forms part of our overarching efforts to outline our departmental priorities, our vision and mission and values as we endeavor to advance our country's contribution and our role in shaping a just, a peaceful, and a prosperous world. As we navigate our way through the complex and rapidly changing global landscape, we remain resolute in our common responsibility to advance our national development agenda and contribute to a peaceful and prosperous and economically viable African continent of ours. Chairperson, we need to indicate that the department's 2025-2030 strategic plan is succinctly aligned with the strategic priorities of the 7th administration, whose mandate is derived from the Statement of Intent by the Government of National Unity. Wherein we are working within the GNU, we reaffirm our commitment to the medium-term development plan, whose priority programs are derived from the National Development Plan, which continues to serve as our long-term development blueprint. This plan maintains a pointed focus on fostering inclusive economic growth, eradicating poverty and unemployment, and achieving sustainable development and social cohesion for our citizens. As you will notice, Honorable Chair, from the draft strategic plan, South Africa's foreign policy remains anchored in the primacy of multilateralism, diplomacy, and the promotion of a just global order. The department is actively engaged in shaping global governance structures that are fair and equitable for all. We advocate for a reform in international institutions to ensure that developing nations have a stronger voice in global decision-making processes. For the people of Palestine and their right to self-determination, South Africa continues to call for an immediate ceasefire, humanitarian relief, and a just resolution to the conflict based on international law. Our commitment to human rights and social justice compels us to remain vocal and proactive in advocating for a free and independent Palestine. As an active member of the G20, we advocate for policies that promote inclusive economic recovery, climate resilience, and sustainable development. We seek to ensure that the concerns of the Global South are adequately addressed within the global economic frameworks. Similarly, at the United Nations, we continue to push for the reform of the Security Council to better reflect today's geopolitical realities and to ensure their fair representation for the continent of Africa. The global economy remains fragile, impacted by geopolitical tensions, inflationary pressures, and also climate change issues. South Africa remains committed to fostering economic resilience through industrialization processes, trade partnerships, and innovations that we continue to urge our people to focus on. Our focus is on driving investments that continues to create jobs, enhance skills development, and also empower the marginalized communities of our people. Chairperson, we need to reinforce the issues of peace and security in the continent of Africa because they are very fundamental towards issues of development of our continent. South Africa is actively engaged in conflict resolution efforts across the continent, supporting the AU's vision of silencing the guns, and also promoting economic integration through the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Sustainable peace is the cornerstone of our prosperous Africa, and will continue to work with regional and international partners to achieve this noble goal. Chairperson, as we continue to exchange our views on how we need to develop and adopt a strategic plan that reflects the aspiration of the 7th administration, we must ensure that we strengthen governance and institutional stability under the government of national unity. We also need to advance economic transformation and the industrialization process so that our economy can grow for the better and be able to benefit our people that who are hereby leading. We also need to deepen our role in multilateral organizations to ensure Africa's voice is heard and also enhance peace and security efforts across the continent. We must also work towards promoting human rights-based foreign policy that upholds issues of justice and equality. In conclusion, Chairperson, we must remain conscious of the need to adopt a strategic plan that commits South Africa to continue shaping a future that is inclusive, that is sustainable, and also that is just. By working together at a domestic and regional and also in the continental level before us, and ensure that the priorities that are encapsulated in the draft strategic plan are translated into tangible results, building a society and a world that reflects the values of peace, equality, and progress. I want to take this opportunity, Chairperson, and appreciate the opportunity and hand over to Mr. Munyela, who's the DDG, who's representing the DG because the DG could not join us due to other work commitments. Mr. Munyela, over to you. Can you take us through the presentation of the APP and the ARF as instructed by the chairperson? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Ms. Baloyi, the acting COO, is going to do the presentation. Ms. Baloyi.
Thank you, Acting DG, and thank you, Deputy Minister, and also honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I will take the presentation as read, as it was circulated right on time. Some of the slides I will be skipping as I'm taking you through. The outline of the presentation will be as follows. As you can see, we will talk to the introduction, the department's mandate, our vision, and also the most important will be the impact statement, and then the program structures, and then the planning framework, and then we will then zoom into the strategic outcome indicators and our 5-year targets 2025 to 2030, and then the annual performance plan, which is what we will be focusing on, and then the last one will be the budget allocation. Honorable members, as you are aware that DERCO or strategic plan is developed in a complex and dynamic global environment. This obviously requires us as the department to ensure that the strategies that will be able to position the country are effective and will be able to engage in a global politics, trade and development with requisite capabilities as we do that, in order for us to be able to manage the multi-layered relations with the global politics and also our economic architecture. I will skip the slide in terms of the mandate and also the MTSF priorities, knowing that the honorable members are aware of, and also the vision and also mission and the values, as they've not changed that much. to be able just to zoom into the impact statement for 2025 to 2030, the department has changed the impact statement, and this is what we will be operating within, is that South Africa that is an influential actor and partner on the international stage, thereby advancing the national interest values through its foreign policy engagement, which is how we will be operating. In terms of the structure and composition of the programs, honorable members, our programs have not changed. We still have the administration, which is program 1, program 2, which talks to our bilateral desks, branches, and also program 3, which talks to our multilateral relations throughout. And then we have program 4, which talks to our public diplomacy and our protocol services. And then program 5 is the international transfers that we have. Just to take the honorable members through the planning framework, you will remember as I'll be going through that we start with the medium-term development plan, which obviously is developed in conjunction with DPME, Treasury, and also through the statement of intent, and also taking into consideration the policy matters and all that is guiding us through as we implement our foreign policy. Then from there, we then are able to develop our strategic plan, which I'll be taking you through, and then the annual performance plan, then the rest until we get to the mission annual performance plan. The strategic outcome of DIRCO is premised on key national policies, as I've already mentioned, which will obviously move from the national interest, our NDP, and also of emphasize the statement of intent of our government of national unity within which we are operating. All government departments are expected to actually contribute to the 3 strategic priorities. The first priority is drive inclusive growth and job creation. The second one is reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living. And then the last is a capable, ethical, and developmental state. As DIRCO, our strategic outcomes, or in terms of the priorities, we actually are operating within priority number 1 and also priority number 3. Priority number 1, which talks to inclusive growth and also job creation. And then the third one is a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So as I go through, you will also be seeing the alignment through as I'm taking the honorable members through. So in terms of the MTDP, priority number 1, which talks to drive inclusive growth and the job creation, we have 2 priorities or outcomes that we are reporting to the MTDAP. That is, prioritize the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to increase South Africa's export to the rest of the continent. And then the second one talks to our strengthening of our economic diplomacy with the country's largest trading partners, and also the potential partners that as we operate will be identified. And then in terms of priority number 3, we have 4 outcomes that we are reporting to. And the first one will be using South Africa's presidency of the G20 to tackle global inequality and poverty and advance sustainable development. And then the second one is promote peace, security, democracy, and socio-economic development in SADC and other parts of the continent. The third one is strengthen the AU peace and security and governance architecture. And then the last one then speaks to us increasing the voice of developing countries in the UN and other multilateral institutions by promoting peace, security, and development. We then bring in the South-South, the North-South cooperation through your BRICS, your G20, non-aligned movement, and also other forums such as your IORA and so forth. I believe the honorable members, in terms of the alignment of the MTDP with the overarching frameworks, this slide you have already seen is just to show the alignment from the statement of intent to the NDP, to the Agenda 2063, and also the sustainable development in terms of the multilateral at the multilateral global level. So in terms of priority number 1, you will see those are the ones, and then priority number 3, I will skip those slides and concentrate on the strategic outcomes and the targets for 2030, 2020 to 2025. The strategic outcome that we are reporting to from DERCO's side, from the MTDP, as we were looking at the two priorities that we are reporting to, we then came up with 7 strategic outcomes that I'll be going through so that you can be able to see the alignment. And as I'm going through in terms of the presentation, you will also be seeing the linkage in terms of the priority. Like the first one, you will see the outcome number 1, which talks to a modern, effective department with capable and skilled employees that is committed to the excellent executions of South Africa's foreign policy. This one is linked to priority number 3, which is a capable, ethical, and developmental state. From there, you will see the targets, which I'll take you through in terms of the APP as I go through the presentation. And then we have outcome number 2, which talks to leveraging of the bilateral economic relations to achieve the objectives of the NDP and MTDP priorities. This one is linked to the 2 priorities, which is priority number 1 and number 3. And here we talk mainly of our bilateral desk, which is branches, which is Americas and Europe, and then Africa bilateral, and also the Asia and Middle East. You will see we then took the indicators in terms of the numbers. Strategic outcome number 3 also talks to strengthening economic diplomacy through tourism promotion, trade, and investment opportunities in support of the one government investment approach. This one also links to the priority number 1 and 2. And also still here, you will see it talks to, in terms of the target, we still go to the bilateral branches. And then in terms of outcome, strategic outcome number 4, it talks to increasing of the regional integration. Here mainly is the Africa bilateral, which talks to our regional integration region in South Africa, Southern region. And it links to priority number 3, as you can see. And then I'll move on to strategic outcome 5, which talks to advancing our South Africans' national interests and values through international engagement. Here you will see also it links to priority number 3. Obviously, I will take you through the issues of the targets as I go through the APP. And then the strategic number 6 is domestic and foreign audience informed on South Africa's foreign policy objectives and priorities. Here we then go to program number 4, which obviously links to priority number 3, and it talks to the issues of publicity, your key messages, your outreach programs, and so forth. And then the last one is the outcome number 7, which talks to strengthening of the multilateralism through membership fees and contribution. This is the program 5 that you are aware of, and it links to a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We'll take you through. And then through those outcomes, and then we broke them down in order for them to be able to link to our APP. So you will see in slide number 21, then I'm taking you through the APP, and those are the annual targets that we'll be having for 2025, 2026, and those will talk to a strategic priority, which will talk to providing strategic leadership, management, and support services to the department, as well as support to the African Renaissance and also International Cooperation Fund Secretariat. So you will see the annual targets there speaks to the issues from 2 business processes automated, your progress report implemented in terms of the digital strategies, and then also implementation of the audit action plan, which assist, and then also just to zoom in terms of the issues of employment for the youth, which we are also targeting ourselves in terms of that, and then it goes to the 100% legal advice and also services rendered. I will then take you through the bilateral one, which is the second one. The purpose talks to promoting relations with foreign countries. Here you will see now we're talking to the numbers, and it takes us through to the 60 bilateral mechanism and high-level engagement on political, economic, and social relations. And then we have the 60 economic diplomacy activities and initiatives taken. As I'm going through them, you will see the alignment with the outcomes that I was just going through earlier on, honorable members. And then the last one, then it talks to our 6 statutory meetings per annum, which talks to our bilateral in Africa. And then the third, in terms of program 3, which is our international cooperation. This one, in terms of purposes, participate in initiatives of international organizations and institutions in line with South Africa's national values and foreign policy objectives. This one zooms into our multilateral work. You will see the targets that we have drafted and will be reporting in line with. That will be the 3 summits and high-level meetings of the UN system and also the international organization in order to influence and leverage to achieve the objectives of the NDP. This will be done through your UNGA, your G20, your BRICS, your IPSA, as I've already mentioned. And then it goes up until where you will see we're also still targeting the 4 reports on the outcomes of the South-South engagement, which will be reflecting South Africa's participation and interest, including that of the African agenda and also the one for North-South. And then in terms of program 4, which talks to the public diplomacy and also protocol and services, this one talks to communicate South Africa's role and position in international relations in domestic and also international arenas, and also provide the state protocol services. Those are the targets that we have. It will be your key messaging that we will be obviously sending through in order to publicize our foreign policy positions, our achievements, and so forth, our outreach programs, and then the opinion pieces, and also 100% protocol services rendered to incoming and also outgoing visits, and then the consular services that will be rendering in terms, and also the last one, which will be the 100% of documents legalization. You'll see these are responsive because you will not be able to in advance know how the documents to be legalized. And then the last one that we have is program 5, and this one talks to international transfers, and this one is funding of membership fees and transfers to international organizations that we are members to. And the target there talks to 100% of South Africa's membership contributions to identified international organization paid. This will be organizations such as the AU, UN, and so forth. And then I will also move to the budget allocation. You will see in terms of the 2025-2026, the department, when you look at the budget, it looks as if it has actually increased from 7,081 to 7,090. But if you actually go into details, you will see that not necessarily an increase is not actually at that amount, because the increase is approximately at 0.13. I will take you through the program allocation of the budget so that you can be able to see. If we go to the administration, which is program 1 that I've taken you through, you will see that actually there's a decrease of about 100 million. And then when you go to international relations, also there's still a decrease there. And in terms of international cooperation, also we're still seeing a decrease, because you will see it's 592,860, and then they are getting 585,383. And then you will then see an increase on program 4, which is public diplomacy and state protocol, mainly because there you will see the allocated budget for 24-25 was 294,681. And then the increase then has moved to 486,272. And the increase here is mainly due to the hosting of the G20 presidency that we are currently as the president of the G20, mainly because most of the activities and the work will be done under this program. That's why you will have seen an increase. But this increase in program 4, you will realize that it's not it's an increase as per amount, but the amount has been taken from the whole of the department, and it was just a readjustment of the amounts that we do have. Then I'll move to economic classification in terms so that you can be able to just see how it actually moves as we go, we take it through item by item. In terms of compensation of employees, you will also see that there's a decrease there, which is obviously a concern, and we trust that the portfolio committee members can also be able to assist as we are negotiating with the Treasury to try and assist. And also the decrease also means that there will be a problem in terms of employing recruiting new employees, because you cannot be able to recruit with the less that you then have. And also it means that you're still going to be in arrears in terms of the amount that you have, because if you were able to fund with 3.257 and now you are given 3.2235, it means then it's a decrease, which means then you will have an area in terms of the current establishment that you have. And then in terms of the goods and services there, you will also see there's a decrease there. An increase is actually seen in terms of the interest and also on rent and on land, simply because of the status and also the removal of the money from the adjustment from 2024 to 2025 and 2026. That's where you are able to actually see the issues of the increase. And there's also an increase in terms of transfers and subsidies, simply because you are able to see that as you transfer, it also goes with the issues of interest CPI. Of the CPI as you go through, and also and then there's also an increase in terms of the capital of asset. I think, and when you go to the next slide, which is slide number 27, the explanation of the issues that we've been talking to, I think, have been covered. Only to also send that if you go to item number 3, the department's spending is largely affected by the exchange rate fluctuation of main currencies as well as local currencies, as about 60% of the department's budget is allocated abroad. So you will realize that every year, whenever we talk to the honorable members, we talk around the issues of the exchange rate fluctuation, which is affecting the department as we spend, because you will get a 7,081 billion, and then when you spend, obviously, it decreases based on the exchange rate per country. Thank you very much, honorable members. That was the last slide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, do you have anything to amplify on that Muyela? Listen.
Mr. Muyela must bring the presentation on ARF, Chairperson.
Yes, I was saying before we go there, is there anything to amplify, or everything is okay?
No, I'm covered, Chairperson. My opening remarks have done that.
Okay.
No, we are also covered, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Let's go to the next one then, ARF.
Ms. Lerato Sampo is going to do the presentation on ARF. Lerato.
Good morning. Thank you, Acting DG and DM, and good morning to the honorable members. Honorable members, we are coming to present the strategic plan and the APP of the ARF, going to slide number 3. And I think honorable members might recall that as ARF, we had to go through a process of redefining our indicators and targets, mainly to address issues that are negatively affected the performance of the ARF previously, which I will also speak to. As ARF, the strategic objectives that we are aligning to in this plan are informed and governed by the ARF Act, where we are still committing to cooperation between the Republic and other countries, and also the promotion of democracy and good governance. And we are still aligned, and we are prioritizing the prevention and resolution of conflict. And socio-economic development is also one of the objectives that as ARF we are earmarking for the plan, and mainly to address the issues also that were raised of sustainability for the project. Therefore, this objective will be able to align and guide the funding and the direction thereof. And lastly, we are also committed to humanitarian assistance and human resource development. Honorable members, the alignment to the ARF Act doesn't take away the plan to resuscitate the approval of the ARF Amendment Bill, but in the absence of the ARF Amendment Bill being approved, we will still be using the ARF Act as our guiding tool. The next slide, which is slide 4, speaks to the focus areas. We had 3 main issues that we had to address. Hence, we had to do a turnaround and redefinition of our indicators and targets. One of the issues that we had to address was the issue of measuring efficiency for the ARF Secretariat. Hence, you will see now we have indicators that clearly measure the work that the ARF Secretariat and the ARF Advisory Committee do throughout the financial year. Secondly, we had to speak to the issues how we're going to improve our performance as the ARF. We keep on coming to the honorable members and saying we do not we keep on coming and say we did not achieve the targets due to a responsive nature of the ARF, which means if we do not have any request, then there will not be funding. So the new APP and the strategic plan has catered for that and has tried to find balance between measuring efficiency of existing projects and the new request. And lastly, we have improved on our targets. Our targets are easily to understand and they are clear. We are clear and deliberate in the next strategic plan of how our funding will be directed. And we are also clear in the next strategic plan also on how we're going to bridge the issues that were raised in the previous impact assessment. Then going into slide number 5. Which speaks on this of our impact statement and particularly our mission, which is still aligned to the ARF Act objectives, where we are still also highlighting that we will also, in this particular strategic plan period, focus our effort to projects that will enhance social economic development, and also trying to realign and support projects to operationalize the AFCTA agreement. And Honorable Chair, the strategic plan that we're coming on, it has 2 programs. Previously, we had program per objectives, but in this new strategic period, we have only 2 programs, which will be moving to slide number 6. These 2 programs speak to project administration, and the other one speaks to project funding. Our reason for having these 2 is because we are trying to split between how we efficiently manage our resources and ARF, and we're also focusing directly on the funding aspect. In the MTDP plan, as similar to the department, the ARF has selected and aligned its planned initiative to priority 3 of building a capable, ethical, and development state. And out of that priority 3, we've then identified only 2 outcomes that will be driving and guiding the work that ARF does, which will be talking to improving governance and performance for the ARF, and also to promote peace, security, democracy, and social economic development. So all our indicators fall under those outcomes, and it is those outcomes then that will be aligning all the indicators. When we zoom in on slide 6 on the outcome indicators to say what is it that we are planning for this 5-year period. We are planning I will not go through all the indicators, but I will highlight the significant indicators and the new indicators which we developed for the first time in the history of the ARF. We are planning to have the number of engagements with international development cooperation agencies. And this is mainly because we are saying as ARF, to enhance and increase our visibility as South Africa, we are going to venture into partnerships with other development corporations. And these conferences are the ones where we're going to unlock those discussions and build on partnership agreements. And out of this indicator, that's where we are expecting to support also initiatives that will enhance the South-South cooperation, for example. And we are also saying we are measuring the request that the ARF Advisory Committee will be evaluating. In this commitment, we are saying that the ARF Advisory Committee will evaluate all the requests that the ARF receives, and that outcome of that of those review will then be submitted to the Minister of DIRCO. Regardless of the compliance and other issues, all the requests will then have to be evaluated, and the outcomes will then indicate and maybe inform the decision that will be submitted for consideration by both the Minister of DIRCO and the Minister of Finance. And we also saying we are going to monitor compliance on our projects in line with the concurrence. This means that the approval thereof. In this indicator, we are committing to say, as the ARF Secretariat, we will monitor the spending on projects and also monitor the project implementation against the project deliverables. We will further monitor and report on the impact and also alignment with the foreign policy objectives so that we can have the build-up to the next impact assessment report that will be issued in the next 3 years. And going to slide number 7, now this speaks about funding to say, how are we going to direct the funding of ARF? The first criteria or objectives that we are saying we will still direct is the number, the democracy and good governance. And in this, we are saying that for the first time, there will be a number of proposals that will be received from organizations with initiatives to promote democracy and good governance. There are measures in place to ensure that the selection criteria and the evaluation criteria is aligned to the PFMA, but for the first time, there will be proposals that will be considered from the organizations which might be your NGOs who are currently doing work, particularly in Africa, to enhance our democracy and good governance. And we will also continue to support the election observer missions in the SADC as the member of the SADC. And we will also support elections where we are funding the implementations of all the elections for particular countries. And this one, we are targeting two elections which will technically fund in collaboration with the IEC. And this will all inform then and align to the issue of having, I think, free and fair elections for those countries that will be targeting under the technical assistance to support the elections. Then on slide 8, prevention and resolution of conflict remains a priority for ARF. But we are saying in the strategic plan, we are not only focusing on supporting mediation, but we are saying we are taking it a step further to now speak to the number of peace resolution agreements which will be facilitated, as it is a phased approach for peace and resolution and mediation process, where you start with mediation and the end goals will be to sign the resolution agreement. Therefore, we are then committing and planning to say in the next 5 years, we will anticipate the 2 peace agreements which will be facilitated. And it's a new indicator, but however, we incorporated the mediation work that is currently in progress, and the anticipation and the project plan for those mediation then informed the selection of the 2 resolution agreements, which will be then facilitated. Then, honorable members, on the next slide, it speaks to humanitarian assistance. This is not a new indicator, but the difference is that usually we'll say 100% funding of humanitarian assistance. In this case, we are coming to say 80%, taking into account the budget constraints taking into account the responsive nature of the ARF to be able to align it per financial year, but humanitarian assistance remains a critical and a crucial aspect for ARF, and we will continue as ARF to respond to the humanitarian needs of the African countries in support of the foreign policy objectives. But then the next slide speaks to the objective for human resource development. Here we're talking about our training and capacity building through our diplomatic training academy, where we are also committing to say we will, as ARF, fund the training and technical capacity building initiatives that will inform and improve diplomacy. So we are also earmarking this priority and giving it more emphasis in the next 5 years. Then, Chair, on slide 10, then you're speaking to a more, I think, having a more direct approach on social economic development. Previously, we had issues on slide 11 on the sustainability part of ARF funding. And also we had to attend to saying, how is ARF as a tool used to actually upskill and support our local suppliers? And therefore, that's why in this strategic plan, we are coming with 2 indicators. The first one speaks to operationalization of the AFCTA, and the second one speaks to social economic development. We have not achieved the FCTA operationalization in the previous 5 years, but we are saying in this, we have methods now and discussions are in place to say the how-to part, and we are in discussions with departments which are responsible for trade. And we are trying to build partnerships and identify key projects that will enhance this, and also make sure that our suppliers, South African suppliers, also get exposure to penetrate those markets and improve the trading aspect for South Africa as a country. Then slide 12 speaks to the budget to say how much does ARF, how much are we receiving, and what is the plan? Just drawing emphasis on the 25-26, our annual appropriation is 54.4 million, and we have split that according to the expenditure, which is our objectives. A chunk of that amount is directed towards the socio-economic development and integration. And this is to demonstrate the commitment in the supporting of social economic integration and also the operationalization of the AFCTA agreement. And we have also allocated a significant amount to the humanitarian assistance, because if there is a call to respond, we need to have available funds which will be directing. But however, we are presenting this budget with an emphasis to say, as ARF, as a Schedule 3A entity, we will also still undergo a process of requesting approval from National Treasury to retain surplus. And that process will unlock more funding. For example, for 24-25, we will be submitting a request to retain 466 million, and those deliberations then will guide the approval and unlock more funding. And also the earmark partnerships with other countries will also unlock more funding, which will increase not only visibility for South Africa, but it will also increase the significance and the materiality of the contribution that we'll be making to those countries. Then the last slide, Chair, speaks to the strategic risks, which I will not go into, but we are just presenting the strategic risks to say a risk-based approach was adopted in redefining the strategic plan, and we have considered all the risks, and we have went through a rigorous consultation process with both the AGSA and internal audit on the draft strategic plan before it was approved, and we are comfortable to say the indicators and the outcomes that we have will help to make sure that we continue to achieve our key mandate for ARF, which is cooperation between South Africa and other countries. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all honorable members.
Deputy Minister, anything before we give the members an opportunity to interact with the presentation?
No, Chairperson, I'm fairly covered by the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we are going to take the hands. Just before we do that, Deputy Minister and your team, I would like to bring to your attention the fact that the committee has taken the following 3 resolutions. One is that the department should, at least on a monthly basis, outside this mandatory appearance before the committee through the APPs and quarterly reports, we should physically meet so that we get a report from the department on various issues and afford the portfolio committee an opportunity also to raise some of the issues with the department. So from time to time, those meetings will either be virtual or in person. We have asked our office to send to your office possible dates on which such meetings will be taking place. We understand the extent to which international work has to be done, but also that you don't determine your own program in most cases, because some of the programs emanate from the office of the president. Like now, the G7 might not have been in your program, but as a consequence of the president being invited, as we know that the last G7, South Africa was not invited, but this time around, South Africa was invited. Then as a consequence of that, the minister had to accompany the president. The second decision we have taken is that on a quarterly basis, there's going to be joint meetings between ourselves, international relations, DTIC, Home Affairs, Tourism, COCTA, and Defense. So it will be DERCO and these departments that I have mentioned, which will be appearing on a quarterly basis jointly in front of these committees. We are discussing between our office and the office of the Speaker how this should become some sort of a standing item in as far as programming is concerned. So you will receive updates as soon as that has been finalized between us and the office of the Speaker. The last one, it's on the report which, according to the decision of the portfolio committee, has to be presented on international work that is being done. That report has to be presented, the work that is being done by missions and embassies on a quarterly basis in the House. And our proposal to the Speaker is that that report, as soon as it's presented by DERCO, it must then be referred to the portfolio committee. Then the portfolio committee must take it through the structures on the ground, the people on the ground in South Africa. Thereafter, come back to the House to give a feedback on what the people and institutions are saying about that report and the global work that we are doing. There will then be a debate on the report in the House. Then the House will adopt certain resolutions, which we will then follow in as far as implementation is concerned as the portfolio committee. So I thought I must bring that to your attention so that when you go back, sit together with the minister and the other deputy minister and your administration team so that you can fuse these decisions of the portfolio committee in terms of us strengthening, holding the department accountable as a constitutional mandate. We've got 3 hands, which I see here on the screen, is Honorable Datlas, Honorable Powell, Honorable Muela, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Kumbaka. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honorable Wesley, Honorable Powell, Honorable Muela, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Kumbaka. In that sequence, then we will give you, the Deputy Minister, and your team to respond to the issues. Honorable Datlas, over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister Moraka. Honourable members, I first want to begin by saying that we as MK want to condemn the unprovoked attacks by Israel on Iran and caution against the widening of this conflict by the USA and other actors, and urge all sides to return to the negotiation table and find peace. This conflict will affect us as South Africa and the world as a whole. So we need South Africa, Mr. Chair, and this is a message I'm specifically targeting at the Deputy Minister. Please make our voice heard much, much louder in terms of condemning this, because what's been done, an unprovoked attack using false motives, this is something that we must condemn and can be used against us. We were just the victims of having our name and our country's treatment of our fellow white South Africans questioned as a white genocide based upon false Facebook pictures and a narrative which has been debunked by all international agencies. If we do not condemn such unprovoked attacks, it will be repeated and we will become victims of this, Mr. Chair. To go back to the subject matter for today, I have a few hats in Parliament, as you know. Besides this committee, I also serve in appropriations. So I'm looking at it from a appropriations perspective as well as a DIRCO perspective. We need this. This is just more of the same, Mr. Chair. If you look at the numbers and you look at what's happening, nothing is substantively going to change. And based upon the interactions that we've had when we went on our oversight to the DIRCO National Office, when we were to the head office at OR Tambo, when we went to China and we saw the situation on the ground, how there's a lack of capacity, there's no trade attaches, there's no commitment to economic diplomacy, there's no budget to go to trade shows, and there's no opportunity for Black SMMEs to participate in this. Right now, we see that most of the people that benefit from the trade agreements and the bilateral agreements that are signed are the top 100 of the JSE, which are white monopoly capital companies. They are there in China, they are there in Russia, in BRICS, they are there in Europe, they are there in everywhere. But we don't see the township economy being displayed in this budget. We don't see young Black and colored and Indian and Khoisan entrepreneurs being given the opportunities to go out and to start looking at how we beneficiate our minerals in the local communities and make sure that there's jobs created. We have companies coming from all over the world, whether it's China, whether it's Europe, whether it's De Beers or Anglo-American, all these companies, they just extract. And this budget doesn't do anything to ensure that we get back some of that value chain and start benefiting our commodities and creating jobs in local communities, and including people like the traditional leaders. Mr. Chair, you know, this budget vote really exposes the lack of vision for this department. This is again not a pro-poor budget. Again, not looking at the needs of the people. It's not people-centered. It's not grassroots focused, and it really doesn't help our people on a day-to-day basis. It's like it's just about the functions and the tending on the bilaterals and all these different functions and things. But we need to make sure that we have economic diplomacy that works for us. And today we presented with the strategic plans and annual performance plans from both the Department of International Relations and Cooperation and African Renaissance and International Cooperation Fund. They speak of Ubuntu and partnerships and foreign policy coherence and regional peace. Yet the harsh truth remains that South Africa's policy, it lacks ability and agility. It lacks clarity. If you look at the RF, it still has not transitioned to the South African Development Partnership Agency, or SADPA, a process that was first announced 10 years ago. This paralysis has real implications for us. There's delays in humanitarian response during crises in Mozambique, Sudan, and Zimbabwe, outdated project disbursement models, and no digital transparency mechanisms for project audits. No meaningful public participation for Pan-African grassroots alignment in project alignment and selection. According to the APP, the RF is still a manual in many areas of project implementation, requiring physical site visits. This is 2025, not 2005. This is why corruption will flourish. If we need a digitized process, and we need that to make sure that this happens immediately. We can't still be filling in things manually in this day and age. When we look at DIRCO's stated alignment with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Agenda 2063, and the BRICS Plus, it sounds impressive, but where's the service delivery for us as a people? There's no clear foreign direct investment targets per region, for instance. There's no detailed export market expansion plan for South African SMMEs, especially those of color. DIRCO claims to support job creation, yet its own strategic KPIs have no measurable employment or beneficiation targets for South African citizens. And this comes from our own work we've done, even though it's just been a year. When we went to the Northwest on this structured visit for taking DIRCO international relations to the people, even that development mechanism that this committee has come up under the leadership of the chair, that is not funded in this budget. It's not. There's no clear plan for the things that we want to do to take the local person, the township economy to the international community world and benefit from that. There's no vision for that. When you look at the G20 presidency, South Africa's 2025, 2026 G20 presidency is themed solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Yes, there's no concrete funding mechanism to support African debt relief or fair trade reforms. There's no.
Okay.
Okay. Can I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. There's no foreign policy strategy that has been outlined by leveraging this presidency of the G20 to strengthen African manufacturing for energy self-sufficiency or rare earth beneficiation here in our local communities. We need to be more than just a talk shop, Mr. Chair. In our committee, we can sit on these things, but it looks like we're just rubber stamping it again, just rubber stamping diplomacy that doesn't work. And if we keep doing the same thing we've done for 30 years, we'll keep getting the same result. And what we need is a different result. We need something that helps us to take our diplomacy globally and helps us to be able to change things for real. And this budget, the way it's been outlined, it doesn't change anything. The plans repeatedly promise monitoring, compliance with PMFA and strategic coherence, yet the ARF has not once presented a public beneficiary audit. There's no performance reviews of bilateral aid projects, no community level engagement, especially in SADC, where many of these projects are supposed to bring peace and development. We propose a 6-month deadline for the legislative amendment and digital platform launch to track all ARF spending in real time, Mr. Chair. We need foreign missions must be judged not only on diplomatic niceties and functions, but on trade deals secured. We need it now to make it for real, Mr. Chair. We need to now look at trade deals secured, not just for the top 100 JSE listed companies, but in terms of the thousands of black SMMEs in townships, colored SMMEs on the Cape Flats. So we need to now start seeing how investment in township and rural economies is actually made to work. And this budget and this budget vote and what was presented to us doesn't speak to that, Mr. Chair. We're looking at academic and technological exchange agreements linked to youth empowerment. China has so much amazing scholarships. They have so much amazing technology. They have so much ways to be able to help our people in the STEM-related academics. But we are not utilizing that, and they are offering us opportunities to lift our youth out of poverty, but we are not taking hold of that and grasping that, Mr. Chair. So this G20 process must serve the African working class. All of us as African Aboriginal, African Indigenous people, we must have a global South Solidarity Fund, and a debt cancellation mechanism for Africa must be discussed at G20. Right now, that's just not even on the cards. Climate reparations must be paid directly to African infrastructure projects, not to other things, Mr. Chair. And that will help us so that when climate reparations comes, that it goes to bridges, to ports, to roads, to transport infrastructure. It will actually help us to grow our economies and create jobs for our people. You know, and we must look at African indigenous development desks within DIRCO to engage First Nation, Khoi, Zulu, Xhosa, traditional leaders and kings, because right now they don't have a place to go into. They need diplomatic passports. They need to be given. A delegation must be able to travel to do trade shows and to be able to access opportunities with diplomatic visits. These are things that are things that we need to start doing so that our people who are in the majority and the traditional leaders and kings of our people are included in our foreign policy and in what we are meant to do out there. So Why does DIRCO's performance plan lack any quantitative investment targets per region? And how will we measure the economic success of our diplomatic efforts? If it's just pie in the sky, we're just going to get these pie in the sky presentations that doesn't really bring any change. There's no way we can measure the economic diplomacy impact. Also, there's no way to measure our trade bilateral impact when it comes to supporting Black SMMEs and township economies. So, Mr. Chair, I think that there needs to be, we need to provide us with a list of ARF-funded projects between 2020 and 2024, including what the budget allocated, what the country beneficiary is, and what the outcome and the risk rating would be. I really think that the department at ARF needs to look at where they are and try and look at clear links to job creation. We need a clear beneficiation strategy for South African industries to foreign relations, and we need to look at a transformation agenda in staffing, missions, or procurement. The fact that we have no trade attaches, the fact that we have no people focusing on getting a better return on our investment, that is not good, Mr. Chair. When it comes to the outcomes that was in the one document, the one outcome one where we have a modern, capable DIRCO, yet we see an aging workforce, unfulfilled and unfilled vacancies, and even basic IT tools absent in embassies. We're looking at 2 laptops per mission. This is not digital diplomacy, it is digital decay. We need to start looking at ourselves seriously, Mr. Chair, and put our money where our mouth is. If we really want change, if we really want to access opportunity for our people, if we really want to be on the world stage as a real global actor, then we need to put our money where our mouth is. And we need a better budget, a bigger budget, focusing on the things that are most important. How does DIRCO plan to address its bloated staff costs, 3.2 billion, while under a Treasury imposed compensation ceiling? And then secondly, why can we not reallocate those staff? We can't have a bloated staff at national office. And I've said this in the last meeting, we need more help in the field. We need more people at the missions. We need more people at the coal face of diplomacy so that we can really create opportunities for our people in a short space of time. You know, this I looked at this thing about the target of 60 structural bilateral activities, but how many are in Africa or in the global south of those 60 structured bilateral activities? And has DIRCO reviewed which agreements are merely ceremonial and which bring real returns to our people? And we look at the 60 economic diplomacy engagements which are planned, but are our diplomats trained in trade, in tourism, and investment mobilization? And why is DIRCO not yet seconded trade attaches from DTIC to higher value embassies? Again, I'll go on about that. Mr. Chair, when it comes to regional integration, there is no 2025-2026 target for SADC integration projects. This omission contradicts the AU's Agenda 2063 and our commitment to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What explains the silence on a priority that is meant to define our regional leadership? And then if you look at South Africans' participation in AU, BRICS Plus, and IBSA, must reflect a pro-poor agenda. What are the measurable domestic benefits of these memberships? And this is, again, you know, I spoke about AU last week when we spoke about the Sudan issue, and I also said there that it doesn't help us having a relationship with them, but we can't actually do anything to help the people that are starving. What does these memberships on all these structures actually benefit us if they're not going to intervene in crises on the continent, if they're not going to put together the African standby force we've all been asking for? Even when we look at public diplomacy, there's 80 policy messages which will be issued, but how many of that will reach working class people in Mitchells Plain, Guguletu, Kailicha, or in Soweto, Mpumalanga? Where's the inclusivity in public diplomacy? Just to say something was put in the paper or put online, that's not enough. Our people need that mechanism with which to engage DIRCO. And then we spend over 1.1 billion on AU fees and other international bodies. What is the return on that investment? Is it just because, okay, we're there, or are South Africans occupying strategic posts globally? How does those deployments being tracked and the benefits to our people being tracked? So, Mr. Chair, I think I'll leave it there, and I'll appreciate the opportunity to be able to get some feedback on some of these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Douglas. Honorable Powell.
Thanks, Chairperson. I just want to start off by saying that I think that this grotesque junket of our Deputy President and no more than 8 cabinet ministers to fraternize with the murderous warlords in Moscow should be condemned by this committee. I see no reason why more than 8 ministers need to be fraternizing in Moscow and St. Petersburg, whilst just this week, more than 440 drones and 32 targeted missiles struck Kiev and Odessa in Ukraine, killing close to 20 people and injuring over 156. Our allies in the international community of democracies around the world have condemned this brutal attack on a sovereign state. And Ukraine has its flags lowered at half-mast at all embassies across the world, whilst our government leaders fraternize with the warlords behind this illegal transgression in international law. And I think that this is something that this committee should strongly condemn, especially in light of our very strong positions on some of the conflicts plaguing the rest of the world. Chairperson, I'd like to ask, last year when we had this budget presentation, we made a formal committee request with a deadline of 10 days to the Director General of DIRCO to provide this committee with line items of every African Renaissance and International Cooperation Fund drawdown that had been made over the course of the last 4 years. Because it's imperative on this committee to exercise oversight. Now, what we were sent was a generic list of drawdowns, but not the recipients. So we have no idea to whom, to which organizations, to which individuals, to which departments, to which NGOs, to which perhaps individuals these millions of rands are flowing. And we are unable to perform our constitutional duty of exercising oversight when we're given generic project names with project objectives, country recipients, and the date of the approval with the amount, but no further details in terms of who received the money and what the outcomes were. And I noted from the documentation that we were sent that whilst the African Renaissance Fund, the ARF's goal is to, and I quote, enhance cooperation between South Africa and other countries, in particular African countries. The recipients on the drawdowns that we received include the Cuba Economic Aid Package, humanitarian assistance to Turkey, humanitarian assistance to the Syrian Arab Republic, assistance to the state of Palestine, and a number of other countries outside of the African continent. And then some fairly obscure projects on the African continent, such as building a mobile modular school, and various other fairly obscure projects that we've got absolutely no details about. So I once again make a formal request, and I ask Lubabalo as the committee secretary in the report that is generated, that you please include that this committee demands, once again, a list of not just the project names and the project objectives, but the recipients and the project outcomes in terms of this expenditure. Because again, on this budget, we see 55.5 million rand allocated for the upcoming financial year. But we've got really no idea who and what that's going to and for what objectives and what the outcomes are for South Africa. So I'd like to request that within 10 days, it's the 18th of June today, within 10 working days, the DIRCO provide us with that information on a retrospective basis over the course of the last 4 years to date. as well as the project plans for specifically what the intended outcomes are and how they align with South Africa's international objectives and national interest in terms of allocations in the upcoming financial year. We know that these kinds of funds can, under the wrong circumstances and with the wrong leaders in place, be used as very effective conduits for all sorts of financing, including terror financing. And it is incumbent on this committee to scrutinize those reports. Chairperson, I'd like to ask in this vein that we have a full committee session where the Director General and the Minister come and account to us on exactly what the outcomes are once we receive that list as well. Then in terms of our membership contribution, I think it's common cause that this committee and our government are committed to non-aligned multilateralism, of course, using our constitutional values as the bedrock of our engagements in the world. And so whilst we absolutely support South Africa's membership in these key multilateral bodies like the SADC, the AU, various United Nations chapter bodies, the membership contributions just this year alone equate to close on 1 billion rand. And we know, for example, how feckless the SADC, for example, the AU has been at managing and intervening in regional conflicts and bringing about peace and stability and holding rogue governments account. We know that the SADC observer reports on irregular elections are frequently filed away. Most recent examples, of course, being Emerson Mnangagwa's rigged election in Zimbabwe and Daniel Chapo's rigged election in Mozambique. And we're spending millions, hundreds and hundreds of million rands on these membership fees. What I'd like to ask is what the key performance indicators that are aligned to these contributions are for South Africa. What we're doing to ensure that we get value for money in terms of upholding and advancing democratic values on the continent and within the world on an equitable basis, may I add, in terms of these membership contributions. So my second request is that we be provided with a list of the key performance indicators for South Africa in terms of our engagement and role within these institutions. And then I understand that our colleague, the Honourable Douglas, has touched on this. It's something that my colleague, Honourable Smith, has done quite a lot of media and coverage on. But this issue of our consular offices across the world not having a single trade envoy or trade representative. So again, because of the dollar costs and the fluctuating dollar, we see also, again, close to R1 billion being spent on rental for various consular and embassy buildings across the world, but we're not deriving any economic dividend from that expenditure or investment because we don't have any trade or consular representatives. And I can't tell you, Chairperson and honourable colleagues, how many times, and I'm sure all of you experience the same, over weekends I get desperate calls from people across the world who have been stranded or have lost their passports, and they are simply unable to access our consul generals, our ambassadors, embassy staff between Friday afternoon and Monday morning. They're simply stranded. And time again, I rely on some very studious and professional staff members within DIRCO at the Pretoria HQ who take time out of their weekends to help me and my colleagues help our citizens who are stranded abroad because they can't reach the staff members abroad. So I'd like to ask what is being done in terms of providing after-hours assistance via technological investments, emergency contact systems, etc., to citizens, and what the KPIs and the requirements of our representatives abroad are. So that's a two-pronged request. It's what are we doing to capacitate trade and trade representation to facilitate economic deals for South Africa, and then secondly, what are the KPIs of our staff members abroad if on a Friday afternoon they kick their boots off and desperate South Africans are left stranded all weekend long? What are the processes being put into place to assist in that regard? I think I'll leave it there for now. And I do just want to note that I will be submitting on a different platform some questions in regards to a very disturbing story that has come to my attention regarding the deployment of Tandile Sanduza and the failed security clearance for her deployment in Canada. There are a number of very serious allegations that are abounding, including undiplomatic conduct with US officials at her previous posting, repeated disciplinary hearing findings, irregular travel privileges. And I now note that security clearance has failed. So I'd also like to ask Chairperson that at a later point our committee discuss this matter. That's my input for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pawana Rola Msongo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, our staff from DERCO and the Deputy Minister, and all South Africans. Chair, first and foremost, we would like to pass our sincere condolences on the passing of 10 fighters who tragically lost their lives as they were traveling from the June 16 rally. As they were traveling from the June 16 rally of the EFF, as it was hosted in Kingswell Tini Stadium, they have lost their lives on the R34 as we approach in Vryheid, Chair. We are really saddened by the passing of our fighters as they were true committed members of the Economic Freedom Fighters, and we wish to pass condolences to their families and friends and to the broader membership of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Now, Chair, back to the purpose of this meeting. Now, Chairperson, I think in your opening remarks, you have highlighted what we have complained about on numerous occasions in this committee, that our portfolio committee meetings are mainly dealing with think tanks who come to brief us and share their experiences and thoughts about what is happening in geopolitical landscape. I think we need to change this, Chair. We need to be able to have better oversight mechanisms on how to hold DERCO accountable on implementation of their budget and their strategic plans and APPs. We can't say we're going to wait and hold a meeting once a quarter with DERCO to account on the implementation of the work that they do on the department on behalf of the people of South Africa. So we need to have better mechanism oversight on DERCO, Chair. We need, in fact, to convince Parliament and the Speaker that the PC on international relations is a special portfolio committee, in that when we want to do oversight visits on our embassies and consulates, that unfortunately those embassies and consulates, they are outside of the borders of South Africa. And then when we request to go on trips to do oversight visits in these embassies and consulates, it should not be necessarily viewed as us taking an international trip, but it should be viewed as us doing oversight visit, just like any other portfolio committee, whereby they do oversight visits to the different programs or projects that are being run by their departments. So we should also get the same treatment when we request to go and do oversight visits in our diplomatic missions all over the world. Unfortunately, those diplomatic missions are not in South Africa, and there's nothing we can do about it. They're in the different missions all over the world, and we need to go and visit and see for ourselves if indeed the public funds that are spent there are worth, we're getting value for our money, Chair. Now, Chair, I want to speak about the decrease in Program 1 administration, which has effectively led to the decrease in compensation of employees. You will remember when we did an oversight visit in the diplomatic houses here in the capital city of DERCO, we were told that there's a shortage of staff, and we saw it for ourselves, that the staff there's just few staff members. They're running around doing literally everything. A person is a gardener, is an administrator, is a chef, is a waiter, is a caretaker of the building. It was just a huge shortage of staff there. Yet we see there's a decrease of compensation of employees. meaning that there will not. Okay, meaning that there will not be new employees. There's another sound coming. I'm not sure if it's from me or from the deputy minister. There's a sound, Chair, that is disturbing me. Thank you. Meaning that the department will not be in a position to hire new staff, as well as they will not be in a position to perhaps fund already funded vacant post in the department. That's going to be a problem. As well as we saw when we visited DERCO, Chair, we highlighted it during our visit. We explained to them that we are concerned about the aging workforce at DERCO, and will really propose and support the reinforcement and creating of new employment for the youth in order for the current aging workforce that is there at DERCO to transfer their skills to the youth, the people who will eventually take over the running of DERCO in the near future, Chair. But since there is a decrease in program 1, meaning that will not be possible to be done, Chair. They will not be creating new employment opportunities. It means the shortage of staff that we saw there for ourselves will continue, because there's no remedy there's no solution to that, since there's a decrease in program 1, which is administration. Now, program 4, Chair, it says that the budget has increased due to us hosting G20 presidents. Now, how are we going to measure the money we have invested in G20 against the output that we'll get from that money? We asked previously when we had this discussion on G20, Chair, that we need DERCO to outline in writing for us what is it that they hope to achieve, what is the outcomes they hope to achieve with us as South Africa holding the G20 presidency. And this, since there's public funds that are going to be spent or have already started being spent on us hosting G20 presidents, how are we going to evaluate the worth of our money we've invested in this program? How is G20 going to revitalize or boost the township economy, rural economy? How are ordinary people of South Africa in the townships, in the rural areas, in the villages going to benefit from us hosting a G20 president? Are not just big businesses, Chair. The trade agreements that will be signed in November when we host the handover ceremony and the big and the last final meeting of the G20 presidency of South Africa here. How are those trade deals going to benefit ordinary citizens of this country? How do we make sure that ordinary citizens are aware that South Africa is hosting G20? How then do they participate in this whole process? Because we're already spending money in it. You might as well get value for what we've put in. And it can't be that it only benefits a select few wealthy individuals. And it continues to be seen that international relation is a space meant only for the elite at the exclusion of the majority of our people. Chair, you know, our theme for the G20 of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, I asked myself if it was not too ambitious for us to come up with a theme like that. How then do we ensure equality in South Africa when we know there's a wage gap between the rich and the poor, when we know that those who've got access to the markets is the wealthy few individuals who are mostly beneficiaries and have of apartheid regime, and at the continuing exclusion of majority of our people, those who were oppressed during apartheid still continue to be excluded in economic activities of this country. How then do we ensure that there's equality in terms of the trade agreements we sign that is going to benefit even those without any financial muscle, like those that have financial muscle that they acquired during apartheid, Chair? And Chair, when we say that we need more meetings in this committee with DERCO, it's because that we know that in the global community, there's always new developments. A day in geopolitical landscape is effectively like a decade. A lot can happen. Give, for example, the US and South African relations. Our ambassador was expelled in the USA. We had the working visit led by President and the potential trade agreements that were signed during this visit. We as this committee, we have never received a report and be able to scrutinize the actions of DERCO, the president, and anyone else involved in this whole US-South African relations during this turmoil. Did DERCO and the president put the interests of South Africans when they went on that working visit to the US to meet Donald Trump? To this day, Chair, it will be important as this committee to receive a feedback from DERCO. If we continue to run things the way we are running, Chair, it means we are letting DERCO run businesses and there's no oversight on our side as a portfolio committee. We just allow them to continue to hold deals. And the issue that we are still negotiating, Chair, with the Speaker and Parliament to ensure that we have joint committees with the other departments. It should be known, Chair, that DERCO is the custodian of all international trade agreements that are signed. So as a custodian, we shouldn't be in a position to beg trade, industry and competition to come to this portfolio committee to account on the trade agreements that they've signed. As a committee, we should be allocated days or in each quarter, each month, where we deal with reviewing and renegotiating of the trade agreements we've signed. So this budget that DERCO is proposing, Chair, does not show that really was serious with reviewing and renegotiating trade deals, does not show that we have a target that we've put in place of trade agreements we wish to sign in the next financial year, in this financial year and in the next 3 to 5 years. There's no plans from DERCO. Another thing I've seen, Chair, is that there's no plans from DERCO on how we're going to effectively participate in the AU in terms of participating in the 2025 theme of justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. How are we going to ensure that we get reparations for the people of South Africa for the injustices that have happened through the over 300 years of colonialism and apartheid regime that happened to us? Now, we must ask also DERCO to provide adequate support to Iran in ensuring that our voices of solidarity with Iran is heard loud enough, Chair. We must continue to also condemn the genocidal apartheid of Israel for their illegal occupation of Palestine and the war they've now started with Iran, and we must support the people of Iran. And we must call on all peace-loving nations that they must ask themselves, why is it that Israel is continuously and permanently in wars with other nations? Why is it that Israel can't live in peace with any other nation? The only people they want to live in peace with is only America and nobody else. Now, Chair, I think lastly is that I'm shocked that I think it was 2023, 2024, that we participated in sending SCOME at the Kingdom of Eswatini, while we know that there's no democracy in that absolute monarch. There will never be free and fair elections there in Kingdom of Eswatini, while political parties are banned and political leaders are exiled here in South Africa. What is our solidarity contribution to the people of Eswatini, Chair? And how it looks nice on paper when you hear the department saying that our budget has slightly increased for vote 6. It has slightly increased because of the increment of G20. Because of our participation in holding the G20 president. But in reality, outside of that, there's nothing that has increased. And I'm disappointed that I did not hear the department when they were speaking on how we continue to fund our fight at the ICJ to continue to ensure that we hold Israel accountable for the genocidal act against Palestine. Please, that money, Chair, that budget allocated for that money should never be decreased, should never be compromised, Chair. It's a fight worth fighting for. And Chair, I want to say to the department, we must continue to fund our solidarity to the people of Cuba. The Cubans have funded South Africa during apartheid regime. They were there, they were our friends, even though they were facing embargoes from America. They never stopped funding and supporting the struggle to gain independence and the struggle of freedom in South Africa. So we ought to continue funding the people of Cuba. We ought to continue to pledge our solidarity. But also, Chair, we must, when we go to AU, to Pan-African Parliament and to the new SADC Parliament that they seek to establish, that we ensure that we don't continue with inconsistencies that we have seen in the AU and in Pan-African Parliament of continuing to want to include countries like Kingdom of Eswatini, countries like Morocco, to participate in these institutions, whereby we know that there's no democracy in those countries. But beyond democracy, if you go to Morocco, Morocco is illegally occupied Western Sahara, but we allow ourselves to continuously have a relationship with them. It's not going to assist us with anything, Chair. We must condemn those countries and ensure that they feel it, that we are in solidarity with the citizens that are calling for democracy, but also we must condemn AU and Pan-African Parliament for continuously excluding the Sahel region when they are fighting France and their colonies and kicking them out and saying that they will not accept military regimes to participate in Pan-African Parliament and AU. They should be allowed to participate. Those countries have a right to self-governance and self-determination. And if the only way they can bring self-determination is to kick out this France that has occupied their country and has continuously treated their country as satellite states of France. We must be allowing the Sahel region countries to fully have participation in these regional bodies that will strengthen our economic participation. I'll leave it here for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mwela, I must apologize to you because in terms of sequence, you were supposed to come before Honorable Mhlongo, so it's my mistake. And I want to thank you for not making it an issue. I'm very sorry, Honorable Mwela. Over to you.
No, thanks, Chair. And greetings to DM Moraga and greetings to the DERCO team that has made a presentation here today, and greetings to the honorable members in the platform. I want to start by indicating that we have noted the presentation by DERCO and their strategic plans in terms of how they are planning to move forward and how they are continuing to have constraints in terms of their capacity to support several regions across Africa, which has political instability, which at some point affects their project delivery in terms of how they will want to achieve. We also note the fact that there is a serious commitment to continue to support silencing the gun across Africa and to also use some of the funds to support countries which will be holding their elections, most particularly to be specific on the issue of South Sudan, and to ensure that we continue to play our role in supporting and becoming a leading role actor of African Renaissance towards uniting Africa and continue to have our bilateral relations to across international bodies and so forth. So I just want to have some submissions with regard to the presentations. Firstly, I want to note that given that up to approximately 60% of DERCO's budget is expended abroad, exposing it to exchange rate fluctuations, what precise financial risk management strategies or instruments such as currency hedging, forward contracts, or reserve funds does DERCO intend to employ to stabilize its operational funding? Furthermore, what contingency plans are in place to address potential budget shortfalls if the South African rand weakens significantly against major currencies like the US dollar or euro during the 2025-2026 fiscal year? Are there provisions for reallocating funds or scaling back specific programs to maintain financial stability across these particular fiscals? Then as DERCO seeks to leverage the AFCFTA to enhance South Africa's exports across the continent, which specific industries or sectors such as automotive manufacturing, agro-processing, or digital services is it prioritizing to drive export growth? What target support mechanisms, for example, our trade delegations, market access workshops, or subsidies will DERCO provide to South African businesses to overcome barriers like cross-border tariffs, infrastructure gaps, or different regulatory standards? How will DERCO measure progress in increasing intra-African trade volumes over the next 2 years? In advancing economic diplomacy with South Africa's key trading partners like China, EU, and the United States of America, and prospective new markets, how will DERCO quantify success with regard to these trade partners? Will it rely on specific key performance indicators, such as percentage increase in bilateral trade, foreign direct investment, inflows, or the number of new trade agreements which are signed? In this regard, which emerging markets or regions, like in the Southeast Asia, Latin America, is DERCO actively targeting for expanded economic ties in 2025-2026? And what are the tailored strategies such as investment summits or sector-specific negotiations will be deployed to secure these partnerships in ensuring that they fuel and expand our economic ties in this regard? So that it will be my submission for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. Honorable Andisiwe Kumbaka.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to yourself and the Deputy Minister and honourable members and the team from DERCO. Chair, first I want to welcome the presentations. I think they were very clear-cut in terms of the direction the department hopes to travel on. But I just have two points. I'd like to put an emphasis on the strong collaboration I believe needs to exist between the National Treasury and the department to enhance their planning, which will be, of course, be directed and informed by, credible performance data, and they defined policy priorities. Given that approximately 60% of DERCO's budget is expended abroad, it's exposed to exchange rate fluctuations, obviously, but how is the department planning to stabilize, its operational funding given those factors? But a high solution would be even the strong collaboration between the department itself and the National Treasury. So I just want to check what contingency plans are in place to address this issue from the department side. And just lastly, I just want to check if the department can provide us, with examples of recent projects that directly through the ARF that directly advance DERCO's goals, obviously of this peace building in the conflict zones, and also in terms of the efforts to ensure trade capacity development. Can they just cite just 2 or 3 which enhanced those goals? And I also just want to put an emphasis. I know I said 2 points, but I think the regular briefings the joint regular briefings by the presidency and DERCO on key diplomatic engagements are very important to enhance also our oversight role as a portfolio committee. So that we're also able to track the implementation of the foreign policy commitments that they will be briefing us about. So I just wanted to put that on the table, Chair, but we welcome the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumbaka. Honorable Mhlongo, I see your hand is still up.
No, sorry, Chair, it's a legacy hand. I'll put it down.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, honorable members, for the issues you have raised. Deputy Minister, just before you and your team, you respond to the issues that have been raised here. If you can just indicate whether in the budget that has slightly increased, whether the only item which sort of increases that budget, is it the G20? That's one. Two, I want to suggest the approach with regard to missions and embassies, of closing this one and that one. I want to suggest, Deputy Minister, that can't it be done comprehensively? Instead of doing isolated closing down of missions or so, can there be a comprehensive strategic review and repositioning of missions and embassies? And that report must be done, and all and sundry must know thereafter. Parliament, the people of South Africa must know that we are repositioning ourselves, and one of the bases in which we are repositioning ourselves in mission-wise and embassies-wise, consulate general-wise, and so on. One of it is resource constraints, which must inform ours still wanting to achieve the same or more, but with less. I think it will be better than this isolated, from time to time we close that other mission, and so on. So I want to suggest that you do a comprehensive thing so that we know for the next 10 years where we're standing. The reason why that is important, Deputy Minister, we are in the driving seat of wooing investors to this country through foreign direct investment and so on. And as part of that strategy, it has to be clear to South Africa and everyone else all over the world on the work we are going to be doing, half a decade, in a decade's time, through those offices, what each office is going to achieve and so on, so that it's quite clear on, we can have tangibles, as some members were saying, on what each mission, for instance, on trade is expected to achieve, more than just receiving people and processing people who are going in and out of our country. The third thing is on visas. The South African economy, if you look at projections for the next at least 5 to 7 years, it's not going to grow above 2%. Yes, in the National Development Plan, we are saying by 2030, the economy should be growing at 5%. It's not going to be growing at 5%. The world is becoming more unstable, more unpredictable. We don't know the extent to which the trumpeting tariffs from the US, the extent to which those trumpeting tariffs are going to impact on global economy and for how long, we don't know. So I want to suggest that because of our constraints of the economy, because of the weaknesses in the performance of our economy, which will not grow beyond 2% in the next 5 years. And because of this growing uncertainty in the world, I mean, we don't know, over and above the trumpeting tariffs, what's going to ultimately going to be the situation globally with regard to what is happening between Israel and Iran. We don't know what will emerge. We don't know the extent to which the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, how long is still going to take, whilst we have got confidence in the negotiation process. So what we are in control of, Deputy Minister, to a certain extent, is foreign visitors to South Africa of different categories. The biggest problem we face there is that the processing of people coming to South Africa is slow, it is tedious, it's frustrating to people through visas. And I don't think that for us to continue to say we're working on it, we're speaking to Home Affairs, we are in the process of introducing e-visas and so on, that is enough. I think if we look at us introducing something drastic to change our economic performance, one of the things we can do, which is in our control, it's on tourism, which means DERCO, Tourism Department, DTIC, plus Home Affairs. We need to sit down and say, what is it that we can do quickly, radically, unconventionally, to make sure that people can come to South Africa. We process them much more faster so that they can come and spend their money here. Then it can do a small contribution to the growth of our economy to deal with poverty, inequality, and unemployment. But if we are still going to adopt the same approach, which we have been adopting for the last 10, 15 years, and so on. And we met with the Chinese last week. The Chinese Consulate General, they had invited the portfolio committee last week. They are complaining profusely about the visas. And that even some of the business people who are here in South Africa from China, when the visas expire and they go back home, or their relatives and so on, or their employees, when they come back, it's frustrations. So I'm just requesting and urging, Deputy Minister, please go back and sit down with your colleagues and say, colleagues, it's quite clear when you look at the global economy, when you look at our own variables domestically, in as far as the economy is concerned, when we look at the growth potential of South Africa's economy, we're not going to do well for the next 5 years. Therefore, the laissez-faire approach, conventional, lidistical, and we just, you know, deepen convention, it's not going to help our economy, not at all. Therefore, something radical has to be done. Something radical has to be done so that we can use tourism to grow our economy. The other matter from my side is whether the BRICS countries, based on developments over the last 3 years, 3 days between Iran and Israel, whether there's been discussions within the BRICS countries, and what's the joint response of the BRICS countries, whether there's been such a discussion, or whether there is an intention to have some discussion on that situation, on how BRICS can handle the matter, because Iran is one of the new members of BRICS. The last point from my side, when the president went to the US, Deputy Minister, in the portfolio committee, we held a portfolio committee on the same day. There was a matter raised by Honorable Mhlongo, to be specific, about the delegation which was accompanying the president. And as a chair of that meeting, relying on the statement which was issued by the presidency and DERCO, it was very clear in that statement on ministers and who else was going to be accompanying the president to the US to meet with President Trump. So we relied on that statement, and we indicated in the meeting that we don't have a Rupert in that delegation, because when we look at the statement from the presidency, there's no Rupert. And there was an insistence by Honorable Mhlongo that Rupert is part of the delegation. So we relied solidly on the statement from the presidency and DERCO that there's no such a thing. Later, about 2 hours towards the sitting on that day, there was another statement from DERCO, which then updated the delegation, and it included Rupert. So I would like the Deputy Minister to clarify the committee on what led to the change of the initial correspondence issued to the Republic of South Africa on how the delegation was going to be constituted, and later an updated version of the statement, which then included other people like Rupert, because delegations to go to such serious meetings are not decided the day before or a week before. I mean, it's things that are quite serious and they are discussed in advance. There's intelligence work involved, there's protocol involved, and all those things. It's not things that you decide like you are going to catch a train now and you were 5, now suddenly you are 9. So I will really like you on behalf of DERCO and on behalf of the executive arm of the state to explain what led to the change. Because had there been from the outset just a statement which said, this is the delegation, and ultimately it remains like that. If it was the choice of the government to include Rupert in the delegation, we can't dictate. But we should have done it from the beginning and include everybody from the beginning, not issue a statement which excludes others, and later on, the statement includes others. And here in the committee, we rely on a matter of principle. We rely on statements that are issued, and we use those statements to explain to the public and to clarify ourselves in the committee here. And something else different then happened later. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members, and greetings once more to your good selves. And also let me join in conveying our heartfelt condolences to the families of the 10 EFF members who have perished on their way from the Youth Day celebration rally in KZN. Indeed, honorable members, we are with you during these difficult times. I think, Chairperson, we need to appreciate the inputs as they are being brought into our attention by the honorable members. If you listen to all the inputs, you'll then appreciate that we are right on course as a department, together with the portfolio committee, on the issues of making sure that we are held accountable as the executive by this portfolio committee, in line with our constitutional imperative of playing your own oversight function without any compromise. And I think we need to appreciate the level of engagement with yourselves, and really we are taking note of all the issues that the honorable members are raising with us. Chair, let me start first with the issue that you opened the meeting with, where you requested that we ought to devise a program where we meet physically in Parliament. And I think that we'll have to work around the clock in terms of aligning our work as DERCO with the directives of the portfolio committee, because ours is to account to the portfolio committee on how we engage on our day-to-day activities of executing our mandate as a Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And I think, Chairperson, on matters that you said will be guided in terms of the schedule of those quarterly meetings, our team here will be appreciative of those information if it can be brought to our attention on time, so that we can start to plan accordingly for us to come and appear before your good selves in Parliament in that kind of a format where we must appear physically. But we need to also appreciate the fact that the DERCO's mandate is to go all over the world and champion our interest as a country, and also market our foreign policy to the rest of the world. So the nature of the job of DERCO executive is to make it a point that we travel. And in fact, if we can get the information on the schedule of these meetings where we need to meet with your good selves at a physical level in Parliament. We'll appreciate that so that we don't have to schedule any traveling of whatsoever in between those dates that will be earmarked for those physical engagements with yourselves in Parliament. I think, Chairperson, from our side, we need to appreciate the report as presented here by our team from DERCO as led by the acting DG, Mr. Munyela, and Chairperson, we have taken note of the concerns of the members to say, in our next engagements with yourselves, we need to have the DG, Mr. Dango, available, and also the minister to be there so that we can be able to account in a manner that is befitting of us to do that to the parliamentary portfolio committee. Chairperson, the issue as raised by honorable members with regard to the role of ARF and its mandate and how it is benefiting the people of the continent of Africa. I think, Chairperson, from the onset, I feel that I need to indicate the basic principle why the African Renaissance Fund was put together by the government of South Africa was to make it a point, Chairperson, that we deal with issues of humanitarian aid as and when the needs arises in the SADC region and also in the continent. You will, of course, appreciate the fact that from time to time, we keep on experiencing disasters. We keep on being requested by member states to intervene, and we utilize the resources of the ARF to really lend a hand to our brothers and sisters who would be experiencing those kind of disasters. We have done it in Mozambique. If the colleagues can put together all the
We're losing you, Deputy Minister. You are no longer audible
projects now. And the detailed information that the members are where I am, then better.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, I was still explaining the basic principle. Why did we put together the African Renaissance Fund, its mandate, and what does it do in the continent, in the region of SADC, where we continue to experience conflicts? We come with post-conflict measures so that we can be able to assist those communities that were affected by conflicts to can be able to find their way back to life without necessarily having to focus on the devastating effects of those conflicts on their daily lives. And I think Ms. Lerato is here to elaborate further on the projects as requested by honorable members to say they need to be given detailed information with regard to the tangible projects and their impact in the lives of the people here in the region of SADC and also in the continent at large. They are saying they need a list of ARF recipients and the outcomes of those projects in 10 days. And I think Ms. Lerato is here. They can either talk to some of the projects that have been implemented by ARF since its inception, and we also need to assist each other in terms of sharing that information with regard to the impact of those projects in the lives of those people in those respective countries where we have intervened. And I think, Chairperson, with regard to the issue of our participation in Russia, as you would appreciate that the GP's working visit is currently underway in St. Peter's in Russia, and the Deputy President President has got him and as Derko for that working visit. And I think honorable members need to appreciate the fact that the thrust of our foreign policy has always been based on the following principle: the principle of Pan-Africanism, the principle of anti-imperialism, the principle of the respect of human rights issues, the principle of the respect for the rule of law, the respect of the sovereignty of every member state, and the most important principle is the non-alignment movement, that we continue to engage with everyone in the world without necessarily taking any alignment position to say we can't engage with Russia because there is conflicts between Russia and Ukraine. So the thrust of our foreign policy has always been based on those principles, and will continue to implement those principles without any fear or any favor. And Chairperson, I will hand over to Mr. Monyela to talk to the issues of the G20 as they are being raised sharply here, as to how do they benefit our people on the ground, and how is the G20 process going to help us to strengthen our industrialization process, so that as a country we can be able to stand on our own and be able to change the lives of our people for the better. And with regard to the issues of the involvement of our missions on matters of international trade, I think the colleagues are here to can be able to share the information as to how do we work with DTIC through our missions to make it happen that we continue to work towards making sure that we attract foreign direct investment in the country, and also we do take our products here at home and they enter into those global markets, of course working closely with DTIC and working very well with our missions abroad. So I think the colleagues are better placed to can give us the numbers that the members are requesting. What is worrying us from the executive level of the department is that indeed we need to agree with the inputs of honorable members and the concerns that most of the companies that participate on those global investment conferences are companies that are already well established. And it's an issue that we are busy engaging with DTIC and the Department of Small Medium Enterprises to see to it that we need to start prioritizing our SMMEs so that they can also participate in these global events that are aimed at growing our economy. Just last week, Minister Lamola was in FOCAC, which is a forum for Africa and China cooperation. And we have seen several of our SMMEs, especially those Black and emerging enterprises coming from our rural provinces, going all out to access that market, which is the most important market in Asia, where China has really opened doors for our people to enter into those markets. So I think colleagues need to bear with us to say that the work is still on course. We'll do our level best to make it a point that our SMMEs continue to find expression in the work that we do in terms of our international trade margins that we continue to have as the department through our missions. Chairperson, let me hand over to Mr. Monyela to talk to other technical issues. I believe the colleagues were taking note of the issues as they were raised by honorable members. And if it means, Chairperson, I'll have to come in later on, I'll do that upon your directive. Mr. Monyela, over to you and the team.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for the questions and some of the comments. We've taken copious notes in terms of the issues that you've raised. I will deal with one or two issues and then ask my colleagues to come in if I've missed some of the questions. Just on the matter that the Deputy Minister has referred to me regarding the way our missions are managing the important responsibility, economic diplomacy, in the absence of trade attaches at our missions abroad. Honorable Chair and honorable members, you'll recall that this was a decision by the DTIC a couple of years back, no longer, or rather to discontinue posting trade attaches at the strategic missions where they used to have, which then meant the file of trade relations with all these countries where we are accredited fell on the lap of diplomats, DERCO officials, stations at all our missions. And you can say the same thing about the important file of tourism promotion. So in addition to managing political relations with all these countries, DERCO officials also handle economic diplomacy and tourism promotion. So when you see foreign direct investments flowing into South Africa, and you see increasing numbers of tourists arrivals in South Africa, and by the way, honorable members know this, that tourism is an important generator of revenue for the fiscus. So all those figures that you see is work done by DERCO employees, which addresses the question about the value that we derive from the investment in keeping our missions operational and in the many countries where we've got a footprint. Honorable Powell asks a very important question regarding consular services that we offer to South African citizens who are in distress abroad. And often there are issues that crop up on weekends when missions are closed. So the matter of emergency numbers and after hours assistance is an issue that we are paying attention to. But of course, the capacity constraints that honorable members have been referring to limits the extent to which we are able to fully address this important question. And Honorable Powell is quite correct that often head office has to come in when we get calls over weekends and missions are closed, and one or two officials that we have there, because in many instances, we only have 2 or 3 transfer officials at many of our missions. When they are inaccessible, we then have to take over the responsibility from head office and try and assist our citizens who are in distress abroad. But I want to assure honorable members that it's a matter that we are trying to assist, of course, within the current financial constraints, where our budget keeps decreasing every year, and yet the mandate is increasing. We're expected to do more with less and achieve all these targets that you have in the APP with a limited human capital. So it's certainly something that we will be looking at from a technology point of view and try and be innovative and think out of the box so that our citizens are never left unattended to when they need help. But I want to buttress the point about this issue of trade numbers and tourism numbers, because DERCO often does not get the credit it deserves. In terms of reporting, the Department of Tourism, our sister department, will report that tourism arrivals or tourist arrivals in South Africa are increasing, and DERCO is never credited for doing the tourism promotions, which is done by diplomats. You'll have the same in terms of increasing volumes of trade with all these countries. I mean, you've seen In China, we are starting to send avocados there, same in Japan. You've got now access for South African beef in China and in other big markets. This is work done by diplomats. Took years and months of negotiations and working those files back and forth until we could crack this thing and open the doors. But when it comes to reporting, it's very thin on the DERCO side. And then you get these voices that say, shouldn't you be considering to close more missions? And we try and explain that in diplomacy, there is a sacrosanct principle of reciprocity. If you close a mission in country A, you should expect that they would return the favor. Once that happens, it limits the extent to which you're able to manage political relations with that country going forward. It closes the door for tourism because it becomes difficult for them to access visas to visit South Africa if they need visas to visit here. It literally becomes a project for you to decide to come and visit South Africa if you're in a country where South Africa does not have an embassy. And the other file that gets affected is the trade file. So, Honorable Chair, just to respond, the last country where we closed the mission, where we issued a statement this year, was part of the initial group of countries, about 10 or 11, where Cabinet took a decision that we need to close those missions. So this one was the last one in that batch. So it wasn't a new decision. And in fact, our recommendation as officials, which I'm sure the Deputy Minister will confirm because we've raised this with our political principles, is that we wouldn't recommend this going forward without minimizing the seriousness of the constraints we are operating under. Honorable members will agree with us that South Africa is an influential global player, and that type of leadership imposes certain obligations and responsibilities on an African country that is the only member of the G20, which explains why we currently host this number of meetings under the South African G20 presidency, and will be hosting the Leaders Summit in November. You know the role we play in BRICS, on the African continent, etc., with the issue that we keep putting on the table each time we go to the United Nations General Assembly of the reforms of global institutions of governance, including in particular the United Nations Security Council. Once that matter comes to fruition and the decision is taken that indeed we have to move into the reforms, the African continent has ambitions to be represented even in the permanent category, and ideally with a veto power. Countries that would have to be considered for that, one of the criteria would be to consider your global footprint as a country, because the Security Council is charged with the responsibility for maintenance of international peace. So you can't want to influence the maintenance of international peace and stability when you have no presence globally. So decisions around closing missions have far bigger implications going forward for a country like ours, which is a global influential player. I want to conclude with the question raised around how do we ensure that in our messaging through public diplomacy, we communicate both to the global audience as well as the domestic audience. We actually, as a country, South Africa, have a very unique program in the Foreign Ministry, International Relations and Cooperation, which you don't find in other countries, whether on the African continent or other regions of the world, which, by the way, aligns with a decision by the Portfolio Committee to take foreign policy to the people and make this about South Africans and not exclude them in the work that we do. This is the public participation program that we do and implement as a department, where we ensure that the Minister, Deputy Minister Moraga, Deputy Minister Waters, engage on a regular basis with South Africans in all the 9 provinces. It rests on various legs. We do public lectures and at institutions of higher learning and think tanks. We go to communities, townships, and rural areas in community halls through the traditional Izimbizo, where we unpack the work that diplomats do and how that translates into improving the life of the men and the women in the street. We demonstrate when they get jobs working at a BMW plant in Roslyn in Tshwane, what diplomats would have done to make that a reality. And we do this in the local languages, in the engagements that we have. We also have a very intentional program through Ubuntu Radio, where we package weekly the work that diplomats do, and we share that content with community radio stations across the country, which gets translated into local languages, so that communities in South Africa are updated in terms of the work that diplomats do. So, Honorable Member Douglas, when we talk about packaging key messages that we share with embassies abroad, this is mainly on topical issues. For example, latest geopolitical developments, the conflict that's currently ensuing that we've been witnessing over the last couple of days. We would then, from head office, packages a set of key messages based on statements we've issued articulating South Africa's position on that particular matter, so that diplomats sing from the same hymn sheet in terms of what South Africa's position is. So that's what we mean by that particular target in the APP. But broadly speaking, our posture when it comes to communicating the work of the department is to ensure that both the domestic and global audience know what South Africa is doing. And domestically, we'll try and do that in languages that our people can follow and understand, so that we don't leave anyone behind. I want to conclude with the last issue around the concerns which are valid from honorable members regarding the capacity in the department against a decreasing budget, concerns around an aging department where we're not able to bring in fresh talent and young people into the system. So given the constraints, we've had to think creatively about how then do we address this very serious challenge. We've sought partnerships to fund and reintroduce the cadet program, which we are currently finalizing to bring in young people into the system. You put them on the cadet program, train them, equip them with skills, and then absorb them into the department, so that we address this very pressing and serious concern around the capacity, but also an aging department. That's the first program. Second one is the internship program that all departments are expected to implement. DERCO has not been able to do this for a number of years, owing again to budgetary constraints. But over the last 24 months, in fact, starting 2 years back, yes, I'm correct, we've been able to bring this program back into the department, funded by the private party that manages the DERCO facility or Tambo building in Pretoria. Again, this is also an attempt to think creatively about how do we continue to have these programs despite not being funded by the fiscus, so that we continue to expose young graduates who are sitting at home to the world of diplomacy, and hopefully not just equip them with skills, but absorb some of them, even if it's not all of them. But certainly with the cadet program, we will be able to absorb all the young people that we are bringing into the system, funded by some of the partners that we are working with. So it is a matter that we continue to address, and hopefully once the conditions with the fiscus improve, the DERCO budget will be increased, and we should be able to deal with this going forward. I will hand back then to the acting COO to deal with the other questions, as well as Lerato from ARF. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG. I think in terms of the issues that I wanted to actually respond to, You have actually covered them comprehensively. And I just want to maybe just add and also emphasize that, yes, in terms of the economic diplomacy, our indicators and our targets are actually very clear, because we continue to do the work with regard to measuring the work with regards to the issues of trade, tourism, FDIs, as you have already covered it. I think you went on length. And also with regard to the last issue that you actually covered, where you spoke around the issues of youth employment within the department, I just want to assure the honorable members that, yes, as the department, to ensure that this is just not a plan or just a talk that will just face off, we've also included it into our performance appraisal, where we target to ensure that corporate management actually brings in the youth into the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Acting DG. Honorable members, I will start on the questions raised by Honorable Powell. Last year, we presented the impact assessment report for ARF, which looked into the projects which we funded from 2017 to 2022. And the report outlined the outcomes and as well as the implementing agents and the outcomes there of how the funds were spent. But we will gladly resubmit the report as required to have more details within the required 10 days and submit to the committee. And we will also avail ourselves if there is a need or a request to come and present and deliberate on the actual projects looking into the funding. Then on the issue of the system that was also raised, yes, ARF is still operating on a manual system, but however, what we need to take into cognizance is the fact that we have shared services with the department. So the manual part significantly affects project management. But when you're looking into where we are implementing our projects is in Africa most of the times, therefore there's still a need for the oversight visit so that we can confirm project relevance and project visibility, which also came as a weakness on our part. So, and we also are not doing this monitoring as the ARF Secretariat alone, but we sometimes rely on our missions abroad where the projects are placed to continue to do that monitoring and evaluation in terms of the PFMA. We are, though, in the process to acquire a system that will document all the work of the ARF, but however, the oversight visit remain critical, and they also a tool that we're using to confirm accountability and governance structures that exist for the projects for the ARF. Honorable members, then there was an issue of SADC election observer missions for Eswatini. As ARF, when the funding is approved, what the advisory committee and the ministers look into is alignment with the SADC principles and guidelines for South Africa as a member state. Then the report that will come out of that observer mission will then outline the weaknesses and the outcomes that the observers are verified on site. Therefore, from a project proposal point of view, we cannot, I think, disqualify or disregard certain proposal, but we need to check the alignment. But however, the report that comes is the one that will have the detailed findings and confirming whether we had fair and free elections in terms of the principles of the SADC election observer mission team. And I think lastly, Honorable Moela raised the issue of the sector for the AFCTA. ARF continues to be responsive and reactive, but in the pipeline, because this is a target that we have not achieved in the previous, I think, a number of financial years, we are deliberate and we have started with discussions also with DTIC and the Cross-Border Management Agency. So in the pipelines, the two sectors that we are currently having discussions on is on digitalization, which will look into the system at border control, and secondly, agro-processing. That's the two sectors, but however, it does not limit the work and the projects that will be funded in the space. But so far, these are the two discussions that we have at pre-assessment level, and from these discussions, then we are aiming to have a solid project proposals which will be considered and for approval. And lastly, Honorable Chair, the question that was raised on the peace building efforts, linking it to how it affected trade. I think the measurement and the reporting criteria for ARF has been outlined, I think, as where it lacked a synergy between what we're giving and what we are getting in return. And this is why we had to redefine our indicators and had to introduce the issue of the impact assessment, where we'll be doing that measurement. But however, to just name the few at high level, we have done the peace building on mediation for Lesotho, and we continue to see South African companies that are participating in the Lesotho economy. But however, we need to improve as ARF on how we report and link the work that we did on the mediation space and the benefits in terms of trade. And we have also done mediation for Central Africa Republic. But however, we need to note that in most cases where we do mediation and support, the economy is quite limited and not that diversified. Hence, we are saying in our strategic plan, we're also going to focus on capacity building. In order for South Africa to speak about trade agreement, we need to make sure that technically we equip other African countries so that we can speak the same language and be able to now have an economy that is diversified so that we can create that exposure for our suppliers. But in the absence of that technical equipment taking places, we might not be able to penetrate all the markets that we are intended for. But going forward, that's the commitment that we're coming out also as an action plan on the impact assessment to say we will find synergy between what we're giving as South Africa and what we're getting in return. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Honorable Chair, there was a question regarding the G20 budget, which we think the CFO should assist in responding to. But before I hand to her, perhaps just to say this in introducing her, Honorable Chair, that if you were to compare the expenditure on the G20 presidencies of the last three countries, Brazil last year, India before Brazil, and Indonesia before India, you will notice that those countries, particularly India and Indonesia, spent in excess of $1 billion. Brazil spent slightly less than that. South Africa is not going to spend anywhere near those sort of numbers because of the creative way in which the G20 IMC, supported by senior officials as well as ourselves with logistics and all the work that we're doing, are approaching this whole project of the G20 under the South African presidency. Honorable members would have seen the call for sponsorships and partnership that went to the public, and we've had a lot of responses and getting a lot of support from corporate South Africa in terms of supporting the South African G20 presidency with resources. The CFO will talk about the allocations and the type of support we're getting, but perhaps just to conclude by saying there is also an intentional way in which, and this is something the ministers are insisting on, that we ensure SMMEs and rural communities and townships, the township economy gets to benefit from all the meetings that are being held across the country. One of the key decisions by Cabinet was that meetings have to be held in all the 9 provinces and ensure that in supporting those meetings where procurement is done, there must be a deliberate and intentional approach to ensure that SMMEs benefit from the G20 presidency under South Africa. CFO?
Thank you, Acting DG. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister and colleagues. The question from the Honorable Chair was about the increase in the budget from year 1 to year 2, which I hereby confirm that the increase is as a result of the G20 allocation that we have received from National Treasury, but which will only cover what DECO is supposed to be doing in terms of the goods and services around the G20. The other question that I would like to also respond to is regarding the forex losses. And I would like to also confirm indeed that, Honorable Chair, with the forex losses or gains and losses or the fluctuation, we have been in engagement with Treasury, and they have been assisting the department over the years. And also in this financial year, we will be discussing with them in our meeting that is coming up in July in terms of how we're going to be assisted. Unfortunately, the issues of hedging are the policy matters of the South African Reserve Bank and National Treasury. So hence the department is obliged to go back to National Treasury and Reserve Bank when we talk about the forex, the forex losses and gains or fluctuations. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, DDG Munyela and Chairperson. There you have it, the responses.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister and your team, for the responses. Members who raised issues earlier, any follow-ups, Honorable Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Douglas, any follow-up?
No, from my side, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank the presenters, and I look forward to the detailed responses. A lot of the questions at this stage obviously need more in-depth response. But I really do believe that we need to have a relook at the vision of what we're trying to achieve and that linkage. I really like the initiative which you put out before, Mr. Chair, about taking DIRCO international relations to the people, but I do think we need more funding for the department and for the functions of the department so that we can access more economic opportunities for our people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Douglas. Honorable Powell.
Thanks, Chairperson. So on the ARF, thank you to the esteemed colleague at DIRCO who has said that they will send through the details. We did indeed receive, as I explained, the drawdowns, but they were project titles and recipient countries, not recipient organizations. So what we request is who the money is going to. So if it's an NGO, what their tax registration number is or their NPO number, that level of detail, because it's our job here in Parliament to scrutinize those transactions. So if we could just have that level of detail included. Then to Mr. Munyela, firstly, Chairperson, I'm not sure that everybody on this call understands the extent to which Mr. Munyela goes to help South Africans abroad. He does the most remarkable work for DIRCO, whether it is someone who has been human trafficked and has called at 2 o'clock in the morning, or it is at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Mr. Munyela answers his phone. He makes sure to connect those people to the right people. And he has a 100% success rate in terms of assisting South Africans who are stranded abroad. And I'm sure that his salary doesn't cover all of that overtime. And he really is an example, I think, to all civil all bureaucratic staff in our government of what true service and servant leadership looks like. So I would like to thank Mr. Munyela for his service. But I am concerned that the response that was given in terms of why officials at DIRCO headquarters are having to step in and do all of this additional work is because of budget constraints for consular staff stationed around the world. We know that only certain lower levels of employee on salary gradings get paid overtime. And once you reach a certain level, you don't get paid for your overtime. And one would expect that those in senior diplomatic positions don't get paid per hour overtime, but that their commitment would engender a response. And in light of these funding difficulties, I don't think it's necessarily a funding problem. I think it's a culture problem, an organizational culture problem. And I think that it permeates throughout our government, where officials knock off, turn their phones off, and consider their jobs done. If it is a case of financing and resource constraints, then what we need to do is we need to prioritize our citizens. So instead of allocating 57 million rand to financing charitable donations throughout the world in rather obscure places, potentially we need to be redirecting those resources into capacitating our consular services so that our citizens are able to obtain services abroad. So I think it's a case of prioritization. And I really do think that something has got to be done about it. Then to the Deputy Minister, I'm indeed animated that the Honourable Deputy Minister, has in her responses about my concern around this junket to Moscow to fraternize with the enemies of peace and freedom, she has reiterated South Africa's commitment to the principles, and I quote, of anti-imperialism, respect for human rights, respect for the rule of law, and respect for sovereignty of nations. So now, while this department doesn't have enough money to provide basic consular services to its people across the world, we've now got 8 ministers on a junket in Russia, fraternizing with governments, presidents, and leaders who espouse at their apex the principles of imperialism. It is indeed the very definition of imperialism for one sovereign state to invade another sovereign state. It is indeed a violation of our commitment to respect for human rights, the rule of law, and of course the sovereignty of nations. So I think that we must get very clear in terms of what our terminologies mean and not be selective in terms of our outrage in regards to the application of international law. And I would like to impress on the minister that from an intellectual perspective, the response is indeed intellectually dishonest, it is incoherent, and it is not corroborated by the facts. If our government, if this department was truly committed to these principles, we would not be fraternizing with the leaders of dictatorial regimes whose reign of terror has led to hundreds of thousands of deaths and who are currently waging illegal wars of imperialist aggression in sovereign states. So I'd just like to call on the Deputy Minister to reflect on the consistency of the application of these so-called espoused principles. We look forward to receiving the ARF drawdowns, and if we can please make sure that we receive those as has been the commitment within 10 days with the organizations and their respective organizational reference and registration numbers. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Powell. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Chair, there was the issue of that all the 9 provinces are going to be hosting events of the G20, Chair. I just want to know, out of those hosting provinces, are these events going to go to be outside of the big cities, your traditional big cities? We know that there's events that were held here in the city of Tshwane, which is the capital city, in Durban and in Cape Town and in Johannesburg. Are these events going to go also outside of these traditional big cities, and we have events in the deep rural areas where we know there's proper facilities, Chair? There's a lot of townships, villages that have beautiful facilities, 5-star facilities where such events can be hosted. And then these SMMEs that are chosen to participate or to procure some items from for the G20 summit, how are they chosen? I know that with labor, they are represented by COSATU, but what about the unemployed youth that wishes to participate in all of this process? Unemployed women, how then do they get a platform in order to participate? I know business side, it's Boo side that is representing, but those are big companies. Who takes care of the small businesses, small enterprises that want to participate in this G20 summit? And also, I did not hear a response about if the fund which is allocated for our fight at the ICJ is not going to be reduced in terms of this project, and how are we going to ensure that it remains as it is, as it assists us to continue the fight against genocidal Israel in order to hold them accountable for the genocide they've committed in Palestine, Chair. And perhaps lastly, Chair, how are we going to ensure our full participation in, there was a question I had on silencing the guns in Africa. How are we going to ensure we fully participate in that? We know we have withdrawn from Summit DRC, our troops are back. How are we going to ensure full continuation of full participation in silencing the guns in Africa? If we have withdrawn in Summit DRC, are we still continuing to participate in Central African Republic? Are we continuing to participate in the Sahel region? And how are we going to ensure our participation again in DRC now that we have pulled out of Summit DRC? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mwela. Okay, Honorable Kumbaka.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to say that I'm covered, and I think the way forward, which we will devise and have already started devising for our committee, is something I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable,
Chair,
yes, Honorable Mwela.
Chair, I'm fairly covered, Chair. I think my views were well represented and I've got clarity. Let's continue building a greater South Africa for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, I think you will need to respond to the question I posed on why the statement on the delegation which accompanied the president to meet with President Trump was changed. And I'm not saying we've got the power, we don't have it at all to determine for the president on who must constitute a delegation to accompany him and the ministers. We were not questioning that at all. The question was on why was it not consistent from the outset? Was it a discovery? And when it was discovered that no, this delegation is not the way we had communicated to the people of South Africa, then it was updated. So that has not been responded to, Deputy Minister. The other matter which I think, Deputy Minister, because the people of South Africa are listening to these proceedings, which has to be responded to, it's whether South Africa can characterize the visit by Deputy President and the delegation as flattering with murderers. So that when we issue our statement here, we should be very clear. The third issue, in the sixth administration, we undertook a trip to Midrand, where Pan-African Parliament is hosted. Upon our return, there was a meeting between ourselves, Honorable former Minister Pando and her team. There was a recommendation from the committee, which was accepted by the department. And maybe Member CFO must just indicate to the committee how much was spending on hosting the Pan-African Parliament. We then said that money is going to waste because we are paying Gallagher Estate. And the proposal from the committee was that because there was a delay on EIA regarding the land adjacent to DBSA, why don't DERCO engage Treasury? Because DBSA falls under Treasury. So that Treasury can migrate from there, go elsewhere, and PAP can immediately occupy that building, and we no longer have to pay Gallagher Estate. And then the land adjacent to DBSA, which will now be occupied by PAP. The expansion of the building can be only up to the stage where there's no EIA problems which are relating to be specific to butterflies. Because we are told there are organizations that were concerned about butterflies, which are there in that particular piece of land. I think that is important to deal with, Deputy Minister, because you will know that based on dynamics within the African continent, Morocco had come forward and said if South Africa is unable to host Pan-African Parliament, they volunteer. If I'm not wrong, I'm speaking under correction, they can volunteer to host the Pan-African Parliament. And if that is to happen, it will be some kind of a vote of no confidence on the Republic of South Africa. So if they can just be an indication, and maybe what Honorable Powell was saying on the 10 days is 10 working days, just to be clear on the number of days. So it's 10 working days. And on staff being accessible, Honorable Minister, I think the department must just communicate, whilst we agree with Honorable Powell that we must congratulate other staff members, which include Ntate. Let there be intensification on how to access the department 24 hours, so that it's not only us who've got Honorable Munyala's cell number and some of you who can access you, so that the rest of the people of South Africa, people overseas, if they've got issues to raise, they can raise them 24/7 with any platform. And maybe what we should do is to put monitoring mechanism in place to make sure that those who will be given the responsibility to work 24/7 in shifts, to ensure that the department is accessed 24 hours. They can be monitored and there can be reports on the extent to which they are helping people all over the world, not only South Africans, so that we can be seen as a country that is easy to work with and that has cordial relations with our other member states around the world. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks to the honorable members for those follow-up questions. I think, Chairperson, from the outset, we need to overemphasize the need for the Department of DERCO to look into the issue of constantly engaging with Treasury on the whole issue of resource planning processes. Because if you listen to the inputs of members in terms of the way we intend to revive our staff component so that it reflects the demographics of our country, especially where we are called upon to bring young people onto our folds in the process of having them as diplomats who can represent this country abroad through our missions. Will need to be assisted by yourselves as the portfolio committee on how we need to engage with Treasury to look at DERCO differently every time when they deal with resource allocation, because we are working on that as the department. We are having a relationship with Treasury, but you're coming in on this matter as members of Parliament to engage with Treasury and also echo those sentiments every time you deliberate in the House. I think it will be of a great assistance so that we start to look at the whole process of allocation, our personnel in trying to respond to the situations where South Africans are frustrated in our various missions abroad. I think the agility of our personnel in responding to those situations is thereby welcomed. And I think Mr. Munyela and everyone who continue to make us proud in that space, we need to continue to indicate to them that they are indeed patriotic members of our staff component. They need to continue doing their best in responding to the situations every time they are being brought to them. And I think it's an issue that we also need to overemphasize with our heads of missions as well all over the world, to say we need to respond in that manner where agility must be the order of the day when we respond to those issues. Because I can imagine for a South African citizen who's frustrated and they can't be able to travel because they misplaced their traveling document, how frustrating that situation can it be? So I think this is an issue that as the executive members of this department will continue to overemphasize with our heads of missions to say, let us do our best with the little resources that we are having to put South Africans first every time when they request for our attention and our interventions. The other issue, Chair, is with regard to the unfortunate utterances by Honorable Powell in this meeting. And I think this meeting is broadcasted publicly. The South African public can then appreciate the fact that Honorable Powell is not honest. Every time when she's engaging with us, she chooses not to listen to our responses in a manner that is befitting. I also spoke about the principle of non-alignment, that South Africa's foreign policy is also centered on the principle of non-alignment. But she chose to disregard that principle and spoke on other principles that I've alluded to. And I think it's totally unacceptable of honorable member of this portfolio committee to behave in the manner that Honorable Powell is behaving, because you can't now want to say the DP's visit, the DP's working visit to Russia is now termed as flattering with murderers. And I think Honorable Powell need to be requested to withdraw on that kind of an utterance, because it's so irresponsible of a member of parliament to come here and speak in that manner, because I have indicated the thrust of our foreign policy and the principles thereof that are guiding our foreign policy. And she chose to disregard the issue of non-alignment. We have hosted President Zelensky as a country of South Africa. He has been here in South Africa, and Honorable Powell doesn't really appreciate the work that is done by South African government to echo the same sentiments of ensure that we bring about between Russia and Ukraine. And I think, Chairperson, will depend on your good self to say you need to rein in on your members in terms of how they need to express themselves, because what they say here has got a particular implication in the work of the government of South Africa in terms of how we need to continue to champion our interest and also champion our foreign policy as a country of South Africa. Chairperson, with regard to the issue of the visas that you spoke about, that we need to find a way to address it. I think from cabinet processes, there is a visa waiver process that is currently underway, and the process is now heading towards cabinet, where several countries are on that particular list of countries that are going to be benefiting from this visa waiver process. And I believe countries within Asia and others in the Middle East are going to benefit from this kind of initiative from South African government so that we can continue to enhance our foreign direct investment and also increase our tourism numbers with those respective countries, with the sole intention of making sure that we grow our country's GDP so that we can be better placed to address the socio-economic challenges that our people are faced with, because we need those foreign direct investment to come in the country. And the visa waiver regime, I think, is one strategic objective that the 7th administration has considered, and they've requested the Department of Home Affairs to look into it and present this comprehensive report to Cabinet. And I think once Cabinet has approved and the several countries that are on the list will be shared with the members of the portfolio committee so that we know which countries can enter our shores without necessarily having to undergo the process of applying for a visa for tourism and also for business purposes. And I think, Chairperson, you also spoke to the issue of us having to comprehensively at a strategic level review the whole issue of repositioning our missions rather than having to have an isolated closure of our missions. And I think, Chairperson, we have taken note of your concern, and it's one issue that will work around the clock to address it so that we have a comprehensive strategic review of the process of repositioning our missions as opposed to the isolated closure of missions, which from time to time continue to send a very unfortunate information to the people that we intend to strengthen our bilateral relationship with. And I think, Chairperson, from here, I don't wish to have a dialogue with Honorable Powell on the irresponsible utterances that she has made here in this portfolio committee, where she has characterized the DP's official visit to Russia as a process of flattering with murderers. I think it's so unfortunate. It's not something that we all need to ignore. It's a very loaded statement. She really needs to withdraw and retract it because it's not sitting in line with our interest as a country and in terms of our foreign policy principles that I've outlined. Chairperson, with regard to the detailed information of the ARF projects and the intended beneficiaries, I think the team has taken note of that particular request. Will submit that detailed information to the members of the portfolio committee within the 10 working days as requested by honorable members. With regard to the ICJ funding, I think I will have to hand it over to the CFO to indicate the budget that has been set aside in this financial year to continue to make it a point that we continue with the genuine call of the support that we need to give to the people of Palestine as they continue to experience the genocide that they experience in the Gaza. And we need to really continue to work with the progressive forces in the world to continue to call for the cessation of hostilities that are continuing to happen in the Middle East. Now you have seen the recent development where Iran and Israel continue to attack each other. And I think it's one issue that is concerning us as a Department of International Relations and Cooperation. We've since issued statements where we are condemning the process where civilians are being targeted in those kind of escalated tensions between Iran and Israel. And I think members, if they haven't seen those statements, they are free to can be able to look at those statements. They are on our departmental website. We are really condemning what is happening in the Middle East, and we are calling for the process of de-escalation of those hostilities between Iran and Israel. Chairperson, on the issue of the delegation that the president has put together as he went to meet with the the president of the US, President Trump, whether it was an oversight from our side, where we earlier issued a statement that had a list of people that will be accompanying the president, and Mr. Johan Rupert was later added on the statement. I think it was an oversight from our side as the Department of DERCO, and hence you have seen another statement being issued where we were correcting that kind of an anomaly, and we indicated in detail the delegation of the president to the US when he met with President Trump. And I think it's an issue that we need to correct even going forward as a country, that it must never happen again. Our intention was not to mislead the portfolio committee and not to mislead the members of the public. We were just caught up in that situation where we needed to correct upon realizing that our statement was really not capturing the delegation in the manner in which it is being put together. And we really want to apologize to this portfolio committee for that anomaly, and we are intending to correct it going forward. Chairperson, I'm handing over to the CFO to respond to that particular issue of the ICJ funding and how much is it put aside in this financial year for us to continue with that noble call on the Palestinian rights to be respected and the genocide to be put to an end. I'll hand over to the CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The funding for ICJ, we still have an amount of about 35 million, which is a decrease from what was allocated by National Treasury of last year, which was 40 million. However, MAS indicates that the 35 million is ring-fenced only to be utilized for the ICJ, and the department will do exactly that. On the issue of PAP, Deputy Minister, if you allow me to also touch on that, the department did write to Public Works to request as per the portfolio committee has proposed. However, that request was not successful. Following that, our minister has written to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, where he is requesting an audience with him so that the matter of PAP can be discussed at their level. And currently what we are paying annually for the building over there is 40 million. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Over to you.
Thanks, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, I did ask members to make follow-ups, but I see there are some hands here. Honorable Power.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'd just like to respond to the Honourable Deputy Minister. This is a platform for engagement, for accountability, for debate. It's common cause, of course, that we don't all hold the same worldviews, and nor should we. But we're a constitutional democracy, multi-party democracy. And so whilst the Deputy Minister may not associate herself with nor like my comments certainly aren't out of order, and nor should they be withdrawn. And I think it speaks to the question of the Minister's assertion that I selectively ignored her response in regards to South Africa being committed to a principle of non-alignment. Now, as a start, I'd like to ask the question that if we are indeed committed to a principle of non-alignment in terms of her interpretation of what that means, why is it then that we seem to be selective in our application of that non-alignment and vis-a-vis our application of international law? Because, of course, the last time that I checked, the Russian president, with whom our deputy president and 8 ministers are engaging this week, was indeed indicted by the International Criminal Court for the unlawful deportation of children, which is a war crime in terms of the Geneva Convention. And so talking to South Africa's attempt to be balanced in this regard, which I applaud and respect, we must also recall that on the day that President Zelensky visited South Africa, Vladimir Putin's regime unleashed some of the deadliest strikes on Ukraine, Kiev in particular, the capital, killing dozens of civilians, which of course meant that President Zelensky had to leave South Africa early before his formal talks concluded in order to go and deal with the carnage and the bloodshed that had been unleashed on his country back in Ukraine. Now, I stand by my comment that the current Russian regime under President Vladimir Putin is indeed a murderous regime. And that is corroborated widely by widely available evidence. Now, the Deputy Minister does not have to associate herself with my comments, but her lack of association doesn't change the facts, Chairperson. And just by way of example, if we were to go back to March 2022, we know as a fact that Russian forces bombed the Mariupol theater, where there were hundreds of civilians sheltering, and killed an estimated 600 people, including children. We've seen in recent weeks, months, days, as recently as yesterday, that mass strikes from Russia have been launched on residential areas in Ukraine, such as Odessa, Kiev, Bucha. And then if we look at the Bucha massacre, the investigators found that civilians in that area in 2022 were shot execution style. And we saw international organizations to which we are members and we pay membership contributions and to whom's principles we align and value, such as the United Nations, Amnesty International, Human Rights, documenting torture, rape, and extrajudicial killings across Ukrainian territories. I've spoken to the 19,000 children of which the president has been indicted. And then, of course, there are the treatment widely. I'd be happy to provide the Deputy Minister with reading materials in this regard, widely documented reports of assassinations and poisonings of dissidents. We could talk to, for example, the leader of the opposition, Alexei Navalny, who was poisoned with a Novichok nerve agent, which is a banned chemical weapon, while he was in an Arctic penal colony, or Alexander Litvinenko, a former defected FSB agent who was poisoned in London with polonium. And the United Kingdom found that it was a state-sponsored assassination. Or Sergei Skripal, a former Russian spy that was also poisoned with Novichok in Salisbury, or Boris Nemtsov, the former prime minister and a critic of Vladimir Putin, who was shot dead outside the Kremlin in 2015. And then, of course, Sergei Magnitsky, of which the U.S. Magnitsky Act was promulgated. Sergei was beaten to death in a prison cell in Russia for having exposed one of the most elaborate taxation fraud schemes, of which Mr. Putin and his close circle have been embroiled. And these reports are corroborated in independent media throughout the world. And that's ignoring the situation in places like Chechnya, or Russia's involvement in places like Syria and Iran, in which Putin's commanders have been implicated in massacres, torture, and in war crimes. So I think that even if we ignore all of the accusations and we simply look at the ICC arrest warrant, that we cannot use the principle of non-alignment as an excuse for fraternizing with murderous regimes that do not adhere to, espouse, value, or cherish any of the principles on which this country's democracy is premised. So I hope that the Deputy Minister will reflect. And as I say, I'd be happy to provide her with some reading materials that she can understand my perspective a little bit better. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to make a point for the record for this committee, and I hope that the department takes note of it. And I'd like to draw the Honourable Deputy Minister Moraka's attention to a point that one of her colleagues, the Deputy Minister Alvin Boertes, said in this committee a few months ago when referring to French military presence in the Sahel region brought in for peacekeeping and stability measures. And he referred to them as neo-colonialists and settlers, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And when this comment was raised for being problematic, it was defended by the department and certainly defended by the Deputy Minister himself. Now, I fail to understand how Honourable Powell's comments can be so fervently rejected by this ministry when it has itself said similar things about not just other countries, but some of our largest trading partners. And Deputy Minister Boertes' comments actually came exactly a week after South Africa had signed a multi-billion euro trade deal following a visit by Ursula von der Leyen here in Cape Town. And I fail to see how we can refer to our largest trading partners as neo-colonialists, but we cannot somehow refer to a man with an ICC arrest warrant against his name as a murderous warlord. And I want to make the point here, Chair, that there is a clear double standard when it comes to referring to international actors in the global system in this committee, and that there is a selective defense of certain world leaders and governments and regimes compared to others. And that if you look, as the Honourable Deputy Minister has said, at how we need to not make comments like this in light of fostering South Africa's relations with other states, how we are deliberately protecting states with which we have little to no trade and actually spitting in the faces of some of our largest trading partners when it comes to comments made in this committee. And I think it's important that we make this point. And I trust that the Honourable Deputy Minister will take this back to the department and remind her colleagues that, yes, we do come here and make utterances based on fact, and that we must always be respectful of the international order, but that there must be equal standards applied when it comes to the way in which we refer to the national and certainly international global order. Because it's quite evident that we can't necessarily say rooted in fact or not as what we feel on this committee based on what the department wants. I just want to make that point for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Smith. Honourable Mhlango.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we must really stand with the Deputy Minister in calling out and reassuring everyone that Russia is not a murderous regime, can never be. Russia is a friend that offered support during the struggle of the people of South Africa, and we must never be ashamed to be associated with the Republic of the Federation of Russia, and at all times to be associated with President Vladimir Putin. That's number one. Number two, Chair, we can't run away from the fact that France, the development and wealth of a country like France have been built on the exploitation of Africa from the colonial era to the present day. France has been looting its former colonies. Even after these countries have gained their own independence, France maintained control of its former colonies through puppet regimes and military interventions. We know the damage that France has caused in the Sahel region. That the Sahel region will never know peace because of France. France wants to continue to manipulate the democratic processes of the Sahel region, the countries in the Sahel region, and to continue to put puppet regimes that will be taking instructions from France and implementing policies, to France. To this day, the Sahel region has been paying debts that were accumulated by the France government regime when they were controlling their country. So we must never be ashamed to call out countries like that, and we must never be ashamed to not want to be associated with them. So really, the comments by Honorable Powell are uncalled for. Russia is a friend of South Africa, and the Deputy Minister is correct. We must rightly so, associate ourselves with Russia and continue to do so. And we are happy that the Deputy President of the country is in Russia and has led a delegation to Russia. We must continue to ensure that the diplomatic relationships between South Africa and Russia remain strong, remain steadfast, and we must continue to go to the global south to look for alternative markets outside of the Western market, because we have seen that America uses the dollar and uses tariffs to want to declare a trade war and want to manipulate and influence foreign policies and internal affairs of different countries which they trade with. So in short, Chair, we must associate ourselves with Russia. We must tell America and their friends they can go to the nearest hell for all we care. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Deputy Minister. This is the last response now, Honorable Deputy Minister. After that, we'll wrap up the meeting.
Chairperson, I have pleaded with you earlier on, if you had listened to my response, that I wouldn't expect to enter into a dialogue with an honorable member of this portfolio committee. And I had really relied on your guidance in that regard as the chairperson of the portfolio committee to really call Honorable Member Powell to order on the utterances that she continue to level against our Russian counterparts. And I think, Chairperson, with regard to the issues of trade margins that are being referred to France as the highest or the largest trading partner of South Africa, we need to overemphasize it here to the members who have raised this issue, that trade margins can be a priority at the expense of the principles that have always been guiding our foreign policy as a country. And I think honorable members need to be the first ones, to be the ones who understand the thrust of our foreign policy and the principles that have been guiding our foreign policy as a country. If really they are responsible members of this parliament, of the South African parliament, they need to refrain from uttering this kind of utterances that are going to make us as a country to lose our respect in terms of how we need to project ourselves going forward. And I think, Chairperson, it's so unfortunate that members today decide to choose to ignore the history of our country, where we come from, in line with what Honorable Mhlongo is saying. Russia has always been a progressive ally to the South African people, even during the apartheid era, where the grandparents of certain members who are here were continuously purporting genocide and killing our people. Just now, Chairperson, we just came from the celebration of the Youth Month, where Hector Peterson was killed by the brutal regime that has been there in the past, and has today we are still having young people who are loitering in the streets because of the regulatory frameworks that the apartheid regime of the then South Africa wanted to impose on our people. And we can't continue to remind members with regard to the historical occurrences of our country. If indeed they are responsible members of this country, members who are patriotic citizens of this country, they need to refrain from dwelling on what used to happen in the past and help us to chart a way forward on where we need to take this country of ours to, without necessarily having to label our progressive forces in the global space as murderers without having facts that can back us to say this kind of utterances. The DP's visit to Russia is being supported by this government of national unity, and those ministers that are there to make it a point that we strengthen our bilateral relationship with the Republic of Russia, and we can't continue to apologize for what we need to do for the betterment of our people on the ground. The reason South Africa is so unequal in terms of its societies, because we are from the ugly past that used to favor certain people as they were minority groupings because of their pigmentation of their skin. They had to benefit from those kind of regimes that happened in the past. But we have moved beyond that as a country. We are a rainbow nation now that is welcoming everyone. And it will require members of this portfolio committee to really put this country of ours first before they put their political party alignment first, because we can't allow to have manifestos of political parties overshadowing what we need to achieve as a country in terms of our foreign policy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for that. Honorable members, some of the salient points we will include in our way forward. And thanks, Minister, for clarifying, especially that matter that I raised about the two statements. You clarified that very well. So I think I'm satisfied and the committee is satisfied with your explanation. So salient points, honorable members, we will include as part of the outcome here, our deep condolences to members of the EFF who were involved in that unfortunate accident from the rally on June 16, and also include South Africans who lost their lives in the Eastern Cape and KZN based on the floods. Also, the other salient point will include the fact that we are now agreeing that we are going to concretize our monthly accountability program between us and the department. Preferably, the meetings will be physical. When situations do not permit, it will be virtual. Thirdly, it is those joint meetings of us, DERCO, and other committees holding the respective departments accountable because of the overlapping mandates amongst those departments and the collaboration which is necessary for South Africa to succeed among those departments of DERCO, DTIC, Home Affairs, COGTA, Tourism, and the Defense. The other salient point agreed to is that within 10 working days, a more detailed report will be given to the portfolio committee by the department regarding the specific projects, the beneficiaries, and specific amounts that were spent in as far as the African Renaissance Fund is concerned. I think we must include in that report, Honorable Deputy Minister, just an update, because we had received an assurance from the former minister of DERCO, former Minister Naledi Pandor, on the impact analysis of the ARF funds and programs. We know that the department did say they have commissioned a study on that. So maybe you must just include an update if that study is not yet concluded. So the other salient point we will include is the services which not only DERCO, I think we must include Home Affairs, that should be provided to South Africans who are overseas, who are also domestically domiciled, and other people who would like to visit South Africa, but for various reasons, they encounter serious problems, and that service between Home Affairs and DERCO should be available for 24 hours. I think that the reason why that service must be 24 hours, Minister, is also because of time differences in terms of time zones, so that we can help people. The other silent point, which I think we need to include, is that as the portfolio committee, we commit to the request by the department that one of the voices that will be needed from us will be on Treasury to have to look at matters of the program of DERCO and the economy of South Africa and the role that's played by DERCO therein, differently from how we have looked at because of the changing geopolitical situation, and therefore the approach by by Treasury has to take into account how the situation geopolitically has changed and therefore adjust appropriately so that DERCO can be properly repositioned to respond from a budgeting perspective and expenditure perspective, and the location of missions and embassies and consulate offices with regard to their mandate. We had led Deputy Minister that in the pipeline towards the cabinet, we hope it will be speeded up. There's a waiver that is being suggested of visas that will contribute greatly towards the economy of South Africa, because if we are going to maintain conventionalism in as far as this process are concerned, it won't take us far. So we are happy that Cabinet is indeed working with you and Home Affairs are making these proposals to Cabinet. The other matter that I think we must include, honorable members, is notwithstanding the recent developments, we must restate South Africa's official position or stance with regard to conflicts over the world generally, but in particular, what we have reflected upon here in the committee, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, to restate the position of non-alignment, of continuing engagement, which South Africa is participating in between Ukraine and Russia, and that the heads of states of South Africa, of Russia, of Ukraine must continue to engage as they have been engaging, taking into account developments that are taking place also from the US. As we know, President Trump is engaging both President Zelensky and President Putin, but also taking into account the role that must be played in that equation by the United Nations, including the North Atlantic Treaty Organizations or NATO. I also think there's the Portfolio Committee. In our statement, we must include congratulations to the Proteas, which is the Test cricket, which has won the World Cup. The World Cup in our match with Australia. After a very long struggle, we have now emerged, and our players have arrived today around 10 o'clock in South Africa. Also, our Proteas women's team, which yesterday defeated the West Indies very well. And I think linked to that, also this morning, we saw Mamelodi Sundowns, who are now #1 in their group. They won their first match in as far as the Soccer World Cup under the auspices of FIFA is concerned. As usual, Honorable Deputy Minister, we want to thank you for holding the fort on behalf of the Minister and the other Deputy Minister who is not here. Please give our regards to them. We look forward to getting feedback on the G7. It's interesting because the G7, which was held in Japan, South Africa was not invited. We are glad that Canada, on their own accord as the hosts, decided to invite South Africa. So we look forward to getting a briefing on that particular matter. Please give our regards also to the team that has gone to the Soviet Union, to Russia, to engage on matters of trade between South Africa and Russia, to intensify the relationship trade-wise between the two countries. The matters of conflict we have already spoken about. Also to make sure that they are aware of the work that South Africa is doing in hosting the G20. Please ask the minister and your team, deputy minister, send us the schedule of the G20 engagements so that we can, as the portfolio committee, and I think you must invite us as a matter of a standing item. It's up to us to decide whether we are coming or not. So I will ask that we have a standing invitation to all the G20 activities. Honorable Deputy Minister, we will then as a committee say who do we send, which one, and so on, so that we can continue to gain the knowledge of the proceedings of the G20 activities, but also do oversight on the work that is being done around G20 and how it's going to benefit South Africa. We must say, Deputy Minister, that we welcome the gesture, which was, we hope it will be sustained, that gesture, which was communicated publicly by President Trump that he has now changed his mind after that engagement and that he will be coming to attend the G20 in November in South Africa and to get a handover report from South Africa to the US, because the US will be the next host as far as the G20 is concerned. Other than that, honorable members, thank you for your robustness in the debates that have ensued here. In the portfolio committee, we don't seek to find convergence on matters of ideology. In the portfolio committee, we note them and we move forward, because there are other matters which are ideological that will not resolve. I will request, Deputy Minister, that if you can speak to the Minister, I think we must create time soon to discuss the conflicts which are happening around the world between ourselves as the portfolio committee and yourselves, so that we can be on the same wavelength in as far as those conflicts are concerned, and the role that South Africa is playing or is expected to play in the conflicts which are taking place around the world. So let's find space as and when we interact. And I can assure you, Minister, we'll send you the schedule of the proposed meetings between the portfolio committee on a monthly basis and DERCO. And also, as soon as I've engaged my counterparts of the chairpersons of the other committees, and we've agreed on the dates, we will also circulate those dates to the department, so that you must do your best to impress upon the minister to avail himself to be in those meetings. We understand his schedule very well. His trips don't solely depend on himself. As I said earlier, they depend by and large on the president, because DERCO executes the responsibilities of international relations in the context of the mandate from the president. So that we understand very well. The mature manner in which we engaged in the portfolio committee, honorable members, must be uploaded. It's consistent with the democratic principles of robustness that we have here in the country. We are not a lame duck democracy. We are a democracy that is robust. We allow people to express their views. And it's an ongoing debate in South Africa. I hope the preparations for the dialogue that's going to take place are also going well. And very soon we'll also, from an international perspective, be briefed about the role that DERCO will be playing, if there is any, in the dialogues that are going to be taking place. Please, Deputy Minister, there's a matter which Honorable Powell raised. Though she said she will use other platforms, but it was raised in the meeting about the appointment of the, I think is consularship in Canada. So if you can just follow up on that particular matter, so that officially we can also get an update in as far as that matter is concerned. We want to thank the staff for the manner in which you prepared the seamless transmission of today's proceedings between us and DERCO on matters of the ARF and the department's APPs, and thank the staff from DERCO also, which was assisting you, Deputy Minister, as you were going solo today, to make sure that comprehensively with your team, Acting DG Munyela, the manner in which you and your team were able to respond to the issues that were raised here by the portfolio committee. all-round maturity prevailed from all sides, and that must be applauded. It's not the extent to which we howl at each other, which brings substance to our engagement, but the extent to which we use empirical evidence, reciprocative respect among ourselves in the discussions that demonstrate to South Africans that we are responsible as honorable members of the House. The meeting is now closed, honorable members, officially now. Saman Centre, Mwelo, Hambane Kahle, Sobona Namastiba.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Chair.
members.
Chair.